I know, I was looking at the big too.
Now try again.
Greg, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So, because you darted out of one meeting, we're gonna, to come visit with us today, we're gonna let you go first. And
Okay.
this is the time, I know this is your first time, so this is just a time for you to let us know what you want us to know, what's going on at NRCS, and maybe introduce yourself a little bit to us, please.
Okay, yeah, you bet. Greg Becker, brand new state conservationist, coming in, trying to fill some very big shoes behind Ron Alvarado. I've known Ron for a little bit and continue to get to know him, and just really appreciate what he has built up in this state with partnerships and activity. Our RCPP program and our big water projects are a big priority right now. They've really emerged as some of the top priority. In addition to what everybody knows who works with us, our IRA workload, climate smart activities. So those are priorities, some big things just to let you know right off the bat. Where I'm coming from, just a little background on me. I am coming from the state of Idaho. I've been in Idaho, or had been in Idaho, as a district conservationist for about 15 years, and then state resource conservationist, counterpart to Amy Hendershot here in Oregon. Did that for about 4 years for the state of Idaho. And before that, I started in the agency 22 years ago or so as a technician and a soil con in Wyoming, and been in Idaho ever since about 2006. So a little background on me. In addition to that, just professionally, was on the private side, was a forester who just ran the logging crews and trucks, heavy equipment for a sawmill back in Wyoming in the 90s. So better part of the 90s, in fact. So a little background on me, and yeah, just as you know, we've got Josh Elke there representing the NRCS, and he's the acting assistant for partnerships. We will have somebody in that position full time by early September. We're probably about a week, maybe 2 weeks out from making a public announcement of who that is. So you'll find out who that is pretty quickly. We've got a selectee, and like I said, they will start in early September. Pretty excited about it. And they will be the representative for NRCS, who sits on your board as the advisory non-voting member. That doesn't mean that you won't see me at some of your meetings. In fact, one of your next meetings is as my relocation catches up and I eventually end up full time in Oregon over the next few weeks, hopefully. I would like to attend meetings like this, and just get to know partners. What I do know about OWEB, and I'm ready to learn a lot more, is just looks like really great overlap with what NRCS does, partnerships with you, and MOUs that we have existing. They look very good, and very excited to get to know everybody. So any questions in particular that you might have for me that I can answer today?
I'm looking around the room, Greg, and I'm not seeing any at this time. But I'm looking forward to working with you. I'm part of the Soil Water Conservation District world, so we overlap a lot. So
yes,
I personally work closely with Ron, so I'm looking forward to meeting you.
No, very good. Yeah, appreciate the opportunity to introduce myself, and like I said, I'll eventually get to the state full time. I will be around the state office. I will be in the state office in person over the next 2 weeks, starting Monday and then the following week, traveling around the state a little bit. But yeah, happy to and would look forward to any opportunity to cross paths with anybody from OWEB.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
All right. Do you need anything else from me? I do have a 9 o'clock meeting, but I can stick around a little bit if you'd like me to continue attending until then.
Yes, stay on as long as you can. You can hear some of our partner updates.
Okay, sounds good. I'll do that.
Chris, I'm going to start with you down there.
Oh, wow.
Is that all right?
Yeah, I'm typing out what I was going to.
Oh. Now I'm going to see how good you are on your feet.
That's all right. Yeah, I guess.
No blue screen for you today, huh? So, Chris, what do you want us to know?
Yeah, thanks, Barbara. Well, good morning, everybody. My name's Chris Allen. I'm the ex officio member on the board representing the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And welcome to our new board members. I wanted to start just by making a note to Russ Hoflick in that I live in Portland. I came to Portland after spending a few months out in the Wallowa Valley trying to find work out there shortly after finishing my degree at Oregon State University, and was essentially sleeping on the couch at a friend's house in Wallowa Valley trying to find work for the fall. And a friend of mine forwarded a job announcement from the Oregon Natural Heritage Program, which at that time was housed within the Nature Conservancy. And so last place I wanted to be was in Portland, given that I wanted to live in the Wallowa Valley. But I thought, hey, what's 6 months in Portland? I can do that, see what the big city's all about. That led to 4 years hanging out with TNC in the Heritage Program while Russ was the state chapter director there. Wonderful time working for that organization, and I'm still in Portland. So anyway, it's funny the way life turns out. It's nice to see Russ. It's been a few years, and welcome Russ to the board. There's been some leadership changes in our office as well. A lot of that going around these days in state and federal government. We have a new deputy state supervisor as of last week. Bridget Moran, who's been managing our Bend field office, has come over to be deputy under Cassina Lee, who's our state supervisor. She came in behind Paul Henson when he retired about 1.5 years ago. We're super excited to have Bridget in our office. She brings a wealth of experience, especially under the Endangered Species Act. She represented our office and really provided the key leadership on development of the Deschutes Basin HCP. Huge achievement over there in Central Oregon. She's been very active in conservation of Oregon spotted frog, sage grouse, bull trout. She led the delistings of several Southeast Oregon desert fish, including the borax lake chub and phosphate speckled dace. And we're just really, really excited to have all the Bridges experience in our office. So I wanted to make that announcement for sure. Moving on to some agency budget news, not a rosy picture. Our budget in FY24 was down about 9% from FY23, so that's a big hit to our office this last year. It does not look to be any better in the next year or two. So we are doing some belt tightening for sure, really focusing on prioritizing funding out on the ground for our listed species and pre-listing type work, and also just trying to keep our staff whole. So anyway, in terms of involvement from the service and funding that we put out to all our partners, just know that we're in very much strategic mode with managing a smaller budget right now. Wanted to just touch on a few focus areas for our office. We have been putting a lot of work toward consultation with BLM and Forest Service associated with the wildfire crisis strategy. We're also very involved in the revisions to the Northwest Forest Plan, primarily working with Forest Service and BLM on that, and then collaborating with the BLM on revisions to their resource management plans. I wanted to mention spotted owls and barred owls. Hard to ignore that in the news this last month. Earlier in July, we announced the finalization of our EIS for the management of barred owls to protect the Oregon spotted owl that's federally protected, as well as California spotted owl. That EIS for our office and for our agency as a whole really shines a light on the challenge that we are facing now, and more so in the future with the impacts of climate change, with managing invasive species and their impacts on native species in Oregon, particularly our listed species. So a lot of work these days with managing non-natives, and that one with barred owls and spotted owls probably shines the brightest light on that issue for our agency here locally. I wanted to mention the pending completion of the recovery plan for Oregon spotted frog. It's sitting in our regional office, anticipated to be signed later this month. We've been working for several years on that. A lot of people are very excited in Central Oregon to see that recovery plan in order to focus our recovery actions for that amphibian. Speaking of listed species, I also wanted to mention, as I have generally with most of my updates, some news around listings and delistings. Unfortunately, there's a lot more news around listings these days than there is delistings, even though our office has promoted a lot of delistings in recent years. We are anticipated to make a final decision on the northwestern pond turtle this fall. That was proposed for listing just about a year ago, along with the southwestern pond turtle as well, extending down through California to Baja. So that final listing decision is anticipated this September. We also have a number of what we call 12-month findings as well. 12-month findings are where we're making our determination as to whether federal protections are warranted or not through a proposed rule. We have a 12-month finding due for sorry, I've got such a list here. We've got several salamanders, the Cascade and Columbia Torrent salamanders, that we have a 12-month finding due this fall. If listed, those would be the first salamanders listed in Oregon. Speaking of another taxa of freshwater mussels, I know I've mentioned in our last couple of board meetings that the Western Ridge mussel has been proposed for listing. In the west, we have a 12-month finding due for that as well later in FY25. That would be the first freshwater mussel listed in the western U.S. So super big deal if that listing moves forward. I guess maybe the last one I'll note, since I'm kind of on the theme of 12-month findings and listings, the western bumblebee is also up for a 12-month finding this fall. I think we only have one other bumblebee listed in Oregon, the Franklin's bumblebee that was listed a few years ago. So I'll stop my update there. Definitely a lot to report out on, so this is a little bit of a scatter shot, but thanks for your time, and again, good morning to everybody. Thanks, Barbara.
Thanks, Chris. Lindsay, what do you want us to know today?
Good morning. For the record, Lindsay McClary, Public at-Large voting member. I live in West Salem, and I work for the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde in the Natural Resources Department. Since our last meeting, I attended the Grants Committee and the Climate and Water Committee meetings that were held in June, and we had some great updates yesterday. I am looking forward to the FIP ecological priorities, revisiting those, and we did have some good public comment in the grant committee meeting about those ecological priorities. Since we last met, I participated in hosting a tour for NOAA staff at Willamette Falls. It was intended to build partnerships and share tribal connections to place. I also had the opportunity to participate in hosting Governor Kotek in Grand Ronde. She spent the day with tribal staff and leadership touring our offices and tribal campus, and we actually had about 2 hours with her at the Natural Resources Department, so it was great to spend time with her and her staff. She got to see some programs at the Natural Resources Department, including the Native Plant Nursery, which was established and sustained with OWEB funding under a restoration project in partnership with Institute of Applied Ecology called Plants for People. She got to see the fisheries program, and she actually got to see the first fish that we caught at Willamette Falls that day. It was a summer steelhead caught by our tribal council member Kathleen George from fishing from the rock. So the timing was really good for Governor Kotek to be there and to the fish to be delivered at Grand Ronde, so that was really special. She also got to see some wildlife programs and our fire suppression program. We met with Yamhill SWCD recently to talk about an NRCS RCPP application and how to best partner and support on that. So a regional conservation partnership program looking at a 5-year funding opportunity to support oak restoration in Yamhill County. I worked with Pacific Birds Joint Venture and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife to create a video focused on Willamette Valley oak habitats for the ATBC Grant Challenge, which is America the Beautiful Challenge, and that's a resubmittal. So it was submitted last funding cycle and not selected, and then it sounds like some of the reviewers thought a video might better tell the story, so we collaborated on that. NRD also hosted an OWEB site visit with the new director, Sarah O'Brien, Stephanie Page, Ken Fetcho, and Liz Redon. We spent a whole day talking about the work that both the tribe and OWEB does, partnerships, areas to strengthen collaboration, and we also got to tour 3 sites, including that plant nursery that was sustained with OWEB funding. It's like a season of tours. So in June, we hosted a site visit at Rattlesnake Butte, which we're all going to get to see later today. And that was in partnership with Upper Willamette Stewardship Network and Upper Willamette Soil and Water Conservation District. We got to see restoration efforts, a recent burn that was put on the ground in October of 2023, and discuss some future thoughts. And then we also hosted Marion SWCD's Conservation Club at the Chahalpum property, which is along the North Santiam River, where we got to look at large-scale floodplain restoration efforts with citizens of Marion County, looking at replanting, large wood placement, and channel reconnection. And then my final update is that we're collaborating with Marys River Watershed Council to secure logs for an in-stream project that they have on Shot Put Creek next year. We're hoping to utilize logs from Detroit Ranger District and Willamette National Forest from the fires to improve in-stream habitat conditions. And that's what I have.
Thank you, Lindsay. Jamie, you're up next.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Jamie McLeod Skinner. I'm an at-large board member, voting board member on the board. I live in rural Central Oregon. I want to also extend my welcome to both our new executive director and also to our new board members. Also want to thank those who have stepped back, our former board members, some really great service they provided, as well as the staff who've carried the weight in the interim. So really want to express appreciation for that. Safeguarding and restoring our natural habitats in our communities is truly legacy work that OWEB does, and I'm really proud of the partnerships and that partnership approach that OWEB uses. I just want to say in a nod to the Olympics, which is going on now, it's a stone's throw from Eugene, the iconic Hayward Field. Those of us serving as staff and board are kind of like relay runners. During the time that we serve, we run our hearts out to do this legacy work on behalf of our state. The major issues that we're facing throughout the state, but especially in Central Oregon, also in Eastern Oregon, is, of course, the heat events. We've been facing drought for several years. Also, the wildfires. And, there was a question I asked yesterday, and as we look at and think about the work we do, adapting those new realities into our work is part of the challenge, I think, that we really face. At a policy level, a couple of years ago, OWEB passed a climate resolution, and that really sets the framework for some of the work that we're doing. On the Water and Climate Committee that Bruce and I co-chair, we're looking at specific detailed focus areas and ways we can incorporate some of that adaptive work into and able to discuss that and adapt that into the work that we're doing. So I want to encourage people to participate in that effort as well. Also want to note, just on an informational point, for those who are really focused down on the wildfires, there's an app you can put on your phone called Watch Duty that helps to identify and get alerts. There's also, of course, 211 for information if you need to evacuate to keep you and your family safe. And there's also information for those who have animals to be able to get those resources allocated and moved out of harm's way as well. But again, the challenges in terms of the work we do in OWEB for long-term thinking to mitigate and adapt is something that we need to, it becomes a key part of our work. And then just lastly, in recognition of the great stewards who do this work and those we've lost, we had a recent memorial for an OWEB colleague that we lost much too soon. Andrew Dutter and several of us from OWEB, from staff and some board members as well, attended. It was a memorial bench and sisters, but I will actually defer to Mark because I'm sure it's going to be part of his comments, and he's based in Sisters. So with that, welcome everyone, and looking forward to the rest of our meeting.
Thank you, Jamie. All right, Liz, or Meg. I always want to call you Liz. I don't know why. Meg, please.
You can call me Liz. That's okay. Liz, too. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Meg Reeves, and I'm the Water Resources Commission representative on OWEB. I wanted to talk a little bit about our last, the Water Resources Commission's last meeting, because during it, we awarded about $33 million in irrigation modernization grants. And the agenda item had about an hour, and I think it took us 3 hours to get through the whole process, because there were a lot of issues to be worked through. So let me just back up and tell you about what the funding was.
Meg, can I stop you for a second? Do you want me to jump right in now, Liz? Would you?
I would say we can let Meg finish.
Okay, all right, sorry, Meg, we just, and then, I was going to, thank you. And then can you speak more into your mic, please?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Well, okay, I'll just finish. So the funding that I'm talking about is a one-time funding that the legislature appropriated in the 2023 session. It's $50 million, and it's designed to leverage some federal funds from the Bureau of Reclamation, NRCS, and EPA, I think. And so we were doing 25 million, we had 25 million in this. Is this loud enough? Am I close enough?
Closer.
All right. Oh, there we go, 2. So we're doing, I got a megaphone.
You can't talk over
I know. So anyway, on this agenda, we had 25 million roughly to allocate, and then there will be another, I think in 2024, there's going to be another round of applications and allocations. So the criteria for these funds are the benefits, economic, social, and environmental benefits. So it's not as we are strictly focused on environmental benefits, but for the purpose of this conversation, I just wanted to say that there were a lot of environmental benefits from these projects. It's mostly piping or otherwise making more efficient delivery systems. And a lot of in-stream water dedicated, much of it, as it turns out, well, not all of it, some of it ends up being winter water because of arrangements made to supply more water to North Unit during the irrigation season, which I think is the most junior, is that right? Just districts on the system, okay. And then in exchange for more winter water, which helps with, I guess, some fish populations and spotted frog. And so it was a really productive meeting, but I was thinking about this board because we've become pretty good at marching through these things fast, and the Water Resources Commission is not as accustomed to this, so we were at it for a while, but I think we ended up in a good place. So there will be another round of that funding. It's just this one-time funding, about $25 million sometime, I believe, in 2024, or maybe early 2025. Really, we were in Bend for our June meeting, and we had a presentation about the Deschutes collaborative planning effort. That basin is very organized around water, as we all know, and they have underway a planning process that they are modeling along the lines of the Water Resources place-based planning system, which has kind of been now made more permanent for other basins to do as well. And so they describe what they have going on there, and they're moving along fast on that, which is great. Other news, Sarah mentioned yesterday, we have a new director, Ivan Gall, and Ivan's been with the agency for a long time. His background is in hydrology, and he's ascended through various jobs in the agency. He knows the work really well. He knows the people really well, and he's got a great collaborative mind, I think, and is open to new possibilities. And I think he's going to do really well, and I'm really happy to have him on board. And I think that's welcome to Sarah. And I guess I'll just echo Jamie's comments about the incoming and the outgoing people that have contributed so much to our work here. So thanks, that's it for me.
Thank you, Meg. All right, Liz, I'm going to let you cue up our next
Great.
speaker, please.
Thank you, Barb. So,
Our,
news, hundreds of fires across Oregon, and I thought what I would do this morning is make a desperate call to Kamogamoto and say, could we get someone out here to talk about the fires, because there were a lot of questions last night about that, and I've got to stay up to date on a 24-hour cycle with these fires. So Chris Klein, our new head of fire for ODF, who's already done 2 meetings this morning, and has to go to the war room, right after this, has graciously agreed to come in and just give an overall brief and answer your questions. And so I will let Chris introduce himself and do a quick brief for y'all. And do you want him to sit
yeah,
here?
Chris, can you come up to the mic, please? Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Sure.
Chris, do you want us to bring you some more coffee?
So I run, good morning, everybody, Chris Klein with the Oregon Department of Forestry. I tend to run a little bit on the edge of red line anyway, so it's my personality style, and I have, just recently, I've taken up the endeavor to try to cut back on my caffeine due to the stress that's involved with the job right now. It's been
water.
Yeah, so water's probably good. So, hey, thanks, folks. Liz, thank you so much for the phone call. Hopefully, if I'd have known ahead of time, I could have brought you a PowerPoint presentation. Would have been much, probably much more detailed. But I can rattle off a few things just for awareness. Like she said, I currently serve as the Protection Division Chief for the Oregon Department of Forestry out of Salem. And so, yeah, we are in some very dire straits. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So, a brief history. I'm a lifelong Oregonian. Born in Cottage Grove, lived in the state my entire life, and I've worked in kind of the Roseburg my entire career. 36 years in fire. This is going to my 37th fire season. I've been in Roseburg, because that grew up in Douglas County, and the South Coast, Coos Bay, Reedsport, Brookings, worked in Prineville for a bit, now I'm working in Salem. My wife and I live in Pleasant Hill, so it was a good grab, right? So we're close. Cal reached out and said, you're close by, could you do this? So from a fire situation, we actually entered the fire season. How much time? I want to respect your time. How much time do I have? Okay, so just a little bit of lead into where we are, I think, helps. So, obviously, we have, since about 2013 on, our state has seen some very significant fire conditions. Large fires back in the 70s and 80s used to be 900 acres, used to be a 1,200-acre fire. Wow, that's a really big fire. And then, a 10,000-acre fire now and again. I think my first project fire was in 1993 down in East Evans Creek, down in Jackson-Josephine County area. That was just kind of the fire to end all. And so we as a society, we're experiencing this spike in temperatures and the damage and long-term effect it has on the fuels. 2013 was kind of the flipping the switch with the Douglas complex in South Douglas County, 58,000, 60,000 acre fires. Where did these come from? And now we're running fires in the hundreds of thousands of acres on average. It's just unheard of now to get a fire that's under 30,000 acres. So that kind of sets the stage. We've been in drought for the last 10 years. Significant drought. This year we actually probably entered our fire season at a normal time frame calendar-wise, and probably under the best conditions we've had in the last decade. The drought was almost gone. If you're familiar with the National Drought Monitor website, there was a little sliver of drought, kind of like the Klamath Basin, north through Central Oregon, and the west side last year was in drought. It's free and clear to average, and my concerns going in were we may officially be out of drought, but what are the long-term impacts? And those fuels, we might be just under the threshold of those drought conditions, but there's no reserve of moisture in the ground in the fuels. And so when we hit this heat dome here a couple weeks ago now, with sustained triple digits across the state, both sides of the Cascades, that really just, any moisture was there is gone. We are now in drought conditions across the state. I think there's a little bit up in the Astoria area and perhaps extreme northwest Oregon. Other than that, I haven't mapped the square footage, but I would say probably 90% plus of our state is back into some form of drought condition at that national monitor. And the fires are behaving as such. Had a rash of fires. I guess I would plug, I don't know who's listening to this, but prevention for anybody that's listening, right? A large percentage of our fires got us into a fairly desperate situation. 2 weeks ago, we had just a rash of human-caused fires across the state, which is very, very unfortunate, right? We cannot prevent the lightning, of course, but we can prevent human-caused fires. So our resources were really stretched to begin with, and then, of course, we've had some lightning roll in across the state. Relatively dry lightning, and the fires are exploding left and right. One of my briefs this morning, we are currently sitting at 40 large fires across the region, so that's Oregon and Washington. 31 in Oregon, 9 in Washington. So 31 large uncontained fires, and then probably 100 little ones that the men and women in our profession are holding at 100 acres or less all over the place. If you actually pull up one of the fire briefing maps that we have in our war room that Liz mentioned in Salem, it's a little bit awe-inspiring, to be honest. Again, this is entering my 37th fire season. I don't know that I have seen this much fire on the landscape in my career. It is right at an epic level. And they are exploding in eastern Oregon. The west side usually lags behind in fire as far as fire severity, so we don't necessarily have explosive fires happening in the west side yet, but it's only the 23rd of July, and traditionally we go out of fire season on the west side of the state not until probably the 10th or 12th of October. For the last 7 years, I've been district forester here locally, Eastern Lane and Lynn counties, and so we usually go out of fire season, about the 12th of October, which gives us a significant amount of fire season left ahead of us. And now there's fire on the landscape, and we are pulling in resources as far and wide as we can. We have National Guard involved. Our agency, we build a lot of relationships with state-to-state resources. We have a team that we've pulled in, which is down in the Cottage Grove area, so that stuff up in the Mosby drainage, kind of that country, and onto the Forest Service Cottage Grove Ranger District. We brought in a team from North Carolina. We've assigned them that that group of fires. So we appreciate our partners' help there. We have flown in teams, crews from Alaska, from Georgia, from Florida. We're reaching out to contacts in Australia, New Zealand. Just to paint the picture, it's just about as critical as it can get. And we really are working as hard as we can all over the state. But again, I think of this west side because those fires, the fuels are much different than the east side. Flashier fuels, even though it's horrendous on the east side right now, as soon as we get around those, they go out pretty quickly. These west side fires from the lightning that came through, to put it in perspective, from the Sweet Home Country down to Crater Lake, there's about 110 miles of fire on the landscape, just lined up across the crest of the Cascades and into the foothills. And so if we get some east wind events like we did in 2020, per se, I mean, it's really dire situation. I don't know how else to paint the picture. So men and women working around the clock as hard as they can. A couple of quick stats. So our 10-year average to this time of year for Department of Forestry, we should have about 29,000 acres burnt. We're at 123,000, so almost 100,000 more. And statewide, we're at 500, over 500,000 acres currently. And so well ahead of where we should be with a lot of time left on the clock. So that kind of paints you a picture of the conditions that we're in. And maybe I'll pause there. Maybe the best thing would be just if you have folks have questions, I could try to answer them.
Thank you, Chris.
Absolutely.
Are there any questions or comments from board members? Oh, okay. Go ahead, Mark.
Would you speak to how you address structure protection?
Yes,
I think that might be good for people to know.
You bet. So structure protection. So we are one of several fire agencies in the state, obviously, and we, the Department of Forestry, we do our very best to protect structures, but it's not necessarily our forte. It wasn't the mission that we were built on. So the Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office is heavily involved, and we have our own incident management teams. They also have their incident management teams, and so they are absolutely engaged around the state. They are bringing in, like we are bringing in wildland resources from all over the nation. They're bringing in resources from California and Washington to bolster what they already have in the structural fire service in Oregon. We're talking to those folks daily, and they are out and about, just as engaged as we are, protecting homes, protecting people's property and their lives.
Yeah, I just thought it might be good to indicate the MOUs that are operative statewide and between states, just so that people appreciate how well thought out this is, as well as how far away resources are being pulled and how flexible that is.
Absolutely. And Governor Kotek, it's all fading now. A week ago, approximately, invoked a declaration of emergency, and that opens up both agencies to different levels of resource protection. So very grateful that she did that for us. Again, just historically early in the year, but yeah. So on the structural fire service side, that they can request resources through the EMAC process, it's called. And so they, like I mentioned a minute ago, they have tapped into surrounding states. We have agreements, and California and Washington are both adding resources to our mix.
Jamie, you have a question or comment?
Two comments. First and foremost, I think I speak on behalf of all my colleagues, our profound gratitude to you and your colleagues, if you can share that with them as well, and to stay safe. And just one other point, for those who may be listening, the Department of Health and Human Services does provide for those who are in need, both to address the heat, cooling, AC units, if you qualify, and then also for air quality, issue air scrubbers. And so you can go online, especially for vulnerable populations, can get access to some of those resources. Just want to mention that. But again, so much gratitude to you and your colleagues, and stay safe out there.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Mark, and then Bruce.
Yeah, thanks, Barbara. There we go. So some of you do know this, some of you don't, but first of all, thanks, Liz, for bringing in Chris. So I spent 35 years with the Department of Forestry, 11 years as an incident commander. And Chris, and need to just add on, because he's probably there is, he's telling you the story, but there's a lot of story behind the scenes of when you think of firefighting, you think of the guys out there with the hand shovels and the crews and, fighting fire by hand and with all the equipment and those kind of things. And Chris will tell you this too. There's a lot of people that make that happen. And that's the logistics that go on and the planning that goes on behind the scenes. And the command center in Salem, the multi-agency coordination center in Portland that's prioritizing incidents across Oregon and Washington that are trying to find where are we putting the priorities for resources on these fires. But it's all the way down to porta potties, and it's the food that goes out there. It's the safety, it's the logistics, it's keeping people from being killed out there with the priority on safety, So, Chris's crew's doing a hell of a job with what they've got right now. And in my 35 years, I agree with Chris, I've never seen it this bad all over the state. And so we just need to keep these guys in our prayers and the staff that's behind them that's making it so that these firefighters can work on the ground. It's a huge effort, and I agree wholeheartedly. It's got to be a coordinated effort with the federal agencies, the state agencies, including the structural groups that are out there on the ground. So it's definitely not over. We've got a long ways to go, and I wish you the best, Chris. You might be drinking more coffee than you think.
Yeah. It's good to see you. I didn't scan everybody's. Yeah, good to see you, sir.
Bruce.
Thanks, Chris. A sobering report. I was gone most of the time since this started, like right after the 4th. And it's good to live in Astoria.
Yeah. So I've looked for work there.
You used the term explosive fire a few times, and I'm just curious if that was your descriptor or if it's actually a technical term.
My descriptor.
Okay.
Yeah. Extreme fire behavior would be the book, but it's usually what will happen, right, in a fire, even in a bad year, it'll move quickly, but it takes a while to build up a head of steam, to build up its own. A fire will get to the point where it's releasing enough energy, it'll create its own weather. And only several times in my career have I seen it. It'll create enough energy and punch a column big enough into the sky that it'll start kicking out its own lightning. Seen that 3 times in my career, and one of those times has happened this summer already over at the Falls Fire. Where he'll just start throwing out lightning and add additional fires, which will then again add to that energy load. It's just this snowball effect. But yeah, the fires that we're seeing right now, I mean, usually, if you have 20 minutes which doesn't seem like a lot of time, but we have stuff, as Mr. Labhart mentioned, strategically placed and coordinated with the other agencies that we partner with, we can get to fires very quickly and get some sort of an initial attack on that. We have a robust air fleet around the state. But a lot of these fires, it doesn't matter if we're not 5 minutes away. They're in the crowns and they're exploding. So it's it's really honestly like the fire behavior I'm seeing reminds me of at least on the east side of the state right now, mid to late August conditions. We're a month to 5-6 weeks ahead of where we should be, which has me very concerned. When we get to that timeline, then what are we going to be experiencing? So, yeah, so explosive, my term, but it's a good descriptor. It's just instantaneous.
Thanks.
Yeah.
And thinking about the safety for everybody involved with this, in our prayers.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that.
Russ.
Chris, Russ Hoflick. I used to be the Vice President and Senior Policy Advisor for the Nature Conservancy's Restoring America's Forest program. I did that for 5 years. And I did it over a period of time where we had the 2013 beginning of the droughts through 2019 excessive droughts here in Oregon. And I'm just curious, obviously all of us are grateful and appreciate all the work you're doing and the response. But from a tactical perspective, if you think about the standing wood that is suffering from those droughts, that has died, that's still standing, what do you suggest to all of us as we make priorities to be able to address those conditions? For example, I just got a report that the year 1900, we had 900,000 acres of juniper. Today, it's up to 7.5 or higher million acres of juniper in the state.
Wow. That's a deep question. And I do have thoughts as a lifelong Oregonian and a fire manager for my career. It really feels like I don't want to get on, step on political spots, right? I'm a fireman. But I have seen, even over the course of my career, so fuel buildup, and I talk about fuel buildup, right? And so, indigenous peoples burnt the country. The fuels were cleaned up. Lightning burnt the country. The fuels were cleaned up. And for all the right reasons, we started putting out fire. Fire protection in Oregon started right here in Springfield, Oregon, Booth Kelly Lumber Company in 1904. It was the first private association. The model was modeled after, I believe the history comes from Minnesota, but landowners coming together. And then, of course, 1905, the Forest Service was formed, 1911, Department of Forestry, et cetera. And so, we've been suppressing fire since the early 1900s for all the right reasons, right? And fire on the landscape, good. In its natural condition, yes. After 125 years of suppression, when the wood is this deep, it's not the same fire, right? It's crown replacement. There's not even a seed stock to replace when the fires go through. So it's a completely different model, and as a society, we need to wrap our heads around how are we going to manage that. We need to mitigate the fuels. We can't let fires just burn because they're so devastating, and we have the interface with timberlands, we have the interface with homes and communities. So I'm a proponent of 100% suppression. I think it's necessary, but we cannot suppress our way out of our wildfire issue either. We need to be proactively reducing those fuel loads, whether it be through fire at the right time, I might say, not this time of year, but perhaps in the fall before a rain event comes in. Strategic, right? We need strategic thinking, and we need our society to buy off on the fact that to get our forests back to the place that they need to be to curb what's happening to us. We need to make some societal decisions, right? Can we accept smoke certain times of the year so that we can, it's interesting. I was an incident commander as well. I've stepped off a team a few years ago, but an incident commander for 10 years with the Department of Forestry. And in 2000 sometime, there was a fire that was running into Bend. It all blends together now, but it was running primarily through heavy fuels on the ground that we just that were not cleaned up because it was going to produce smoke and nobody wants smoke. But while this fire is going on, I'm watching the satellite pictures and it's sending a plume of smoke into the Grand Canyon, which is a pristine air, right? So these philosophical ideas of we don't want, but what's the other side of the coin, right? So I'd say passionate about the topic. I'm far enough into my career, I'd rather not fight fire anymore. I'd rather solve the issue. But it's a tough issue, and with lots of really heartfelt opinions behind it. But, my professional opinion is we need to get that wood off the landscape. How we do it, the methods, that's really the crux of the question. And I would say light hand on the land, thinning, I would propose if we could figure out how to do it, a 3 Cs era type, we need to be out, stack sticks, small brush piles, burn them in the appropriate time, because a little bit of smoke at the right time is way better than releasing billions of tons of carbon as we have complete crown replacement fires. Again, not a scientist, but I've lived in the profession for 36 years.
Did you want to say something? I know Chris.
I had a question, and
Yeah.
I think I need to get you back to the board.
And I'm being honest with you folks too, right? So I'm not right. Hopefully, something I'm saying isn't. I'm trying to be respectful. I don't want to cross up anybody's opinions.
One last question from Chris, or comment, please.
Yeah, Chris, thanks for being here this morning. I know you're so stretched. The resources available in Oregon are, of course, often dictated by what's going on around the rest of the country in the West. And I haven't been tracking that, but, Idaho, Colorado, New Mexico, are they facing similar conditions right now?
Well, it's red alert. Yeah, it's nationally we're at preparedness level 5. Regionally, we're at a preparedness level 5, and in our state, we're at a preparedness level 5. So it's the top of the threshold for planning and severity across the nation. As far as fires go, we are the hot spot. So we are getting resource allocation, but should those other states and those other regions come online to the same level we are, then that will dry up. So we're we are almost at a lack of resources right now just because of so many fires that we have, and we are the priority in the nation. So if Idaho, Montana, Washington come online, then it will become even more pressed. Yeah. And hence why we're reaching into places like Australia and New Zealand trying to find help. So,
Right. All right, thanks.
yeah.
So,
Go ahead, Liz.
so this is Chris's inaugural year.
Yeah.
Chief, and it was amazing.
Hence Astoria sounds so good.
No, really. And so it's an inaugural time in front of the board, so thank you for
Absolutely.
taking the time to do that.
Absolutely.
And I just want to get you back to the war room, because at that 7 o'clock call to Cal this morning, he said he would go and cover for Chris in the war room until you got back, and I know Cal has a lot of stuff to do as well. But last night, there were a lot of questions, and I thought if there was a possibility
Absolutely.
for you to find us and spend some time with us, it would be worthwhile. And so thank you.
Happy to do it. Honored to have the chance. Thank you so much.
All right, so that was awesome. I'm really glad to get that up. There were a lot of questions, but we do have a hard stop at 10:05 we can keep to our agenda. So as we go through the rest of our board member updates, can you keep it as brief as possible, please? Thank you. All right, Mark.
Okay, well, thank you, Barbara. I'll try to go quick here. So, but that was hard to beat that. But I will tell you that Chris Klein's an outstanding protection director, and so we couldn't have a better person at ODF to do that. So, for those who, I'm Mark Labhart, and I have the privilege of serving on the Fish and Wildlife Commission. So welcome, Brian. Welcome, Russ. Glad to have you on board. I'm going to briefly talk about what's going on with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I want to thank Sarah Reif, our Habitat Division Administrator, for providing the information today. And so what we thought was try to capture what those online would like to know about, and then a little bit about some things that are close to my heart. So first of all, those of you, like other state agencies, Kurt Melcher retired, the Director of the Department of Fish and Wildlife, retired in March. The commission by statute appoints the director, so it's not a governor appointment, it's a commission that appoints the director. Went through a nationwide search, pretty involved search process, very public, came down to 2 fine candidates. The commission unanimously chose Debbie Colbert to be our new director, so she's been on for, she's still a deer in the headlights, as I would say right now, just traveling around the state like Sarah is, talking to folks, getting to find out what some of the issues are. She instituted a recruitment process for her position because she was the deputy in our department right now, and that has just been completed. And Sean Clemens, who was in our fish division, was appointed as the deputy director. Outstanding person from my perspective, and he'll serve very good overseeing all the operations from the department's perspective. Shannon Hearn was our administrating director. Fish and Wildlife stole her. She's now in Nevada, in a very plum position in Nevada. So we have Ken Lofnick replacing him right now. We're going through an agency budget process right now. And it's very frustrating, I think, with natural resource agencies, because we got so much money from the federal system, with all these grants that came down, and the Infrastructure Act and and so everybody geared up, and now that money's starting to be spent and going away. And so now we have the issue of, how do we keep that momentum up, which people expect for fish and wildlife programs. So the 25-27 biennium is going to be pretty tough, like other natural resource agencies for us. And so it'll be an interesting process. Private Forest Accord, for those of you familiar with that program, in April, the commission approved first round of grant funding for that, $10 million worth of projects, 25 projects throughout the state. We have 2 recruitments open right now for those that are watching online. Fish Screening Task Force, if you're interested in fish screens, there's some openings there. And the Private Forest Mitigation Advisory Committee, we have some openings in that from the public. So if you're interested in doing that. A lot of folks are interested in beavers. At our June meeting, Fish and Wildlife Commission adopted the new beaver take permit rules intended to provide data, encourage the coexistence, and maintain the sustainability of this habitat-forming species. The Beaver Action Plan Partnership met in May, hosted by the department. It's a collaborative forum between ODF and partners across the entire range of beaver management areas, designated to provide transparency about the progress and needs of the Beaver Action Plan, and this group meets quarterly. Skip through some stuff here. Let's see. Two things I want to just summarize. One is that recently we completed a purchase of the Minum process. For those that know, in Northeast Oregon, there's a large drainage that comes out of the Eagle Cap Wilderness called the Minum River, and there's a very significant portion of deer and elk winter range where the Minum confluence with the Wallowa River, and that was owned by a private timber company, and they put it up for sale. And so Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation and a lot of other donors put money up that, and 15,000 acres were acquired. So now the entire Minum River is in public ownership, and it's a critical habitat for deer, elk, grouse, salamanders, frogs, all the species that are up there. It's a huge success. I was just pleased as punch about it. It was unanimously approved by the legislators in that area and the county commissioners. It's a very, very great purchase. So hopefully it doesn't burn up in the fire. So, and last but not least, as Jamie said, a number of the staff were present. Maida Lofts-Gardner was present for Andrew I can't always get his last name correct. Dedwer, yeah. There was a memorial service. He was tragically killed in a car wreck a year or so ago, and he was a very loved member of the OWEB staff. And so there was a group of people, including parents and friends and others, that got together and they carved this magnificent 800-pound bench that's got otters and salmon built into it. And it's made out of one piece of ponderosa pine, and it's sitting in a park in Sisters right now, because that's one of the places that Andrew loved to go, is on a creek called White's Creek. And it was a dedication and memorial for him. I don't know how many people were there, but a lot. And it was a very touching service to a great person that served OWEB for many years. And, you know, I'm getting a little emotional here, but I mean, it's just here's a person that just was doing staff work, and he did great things throughout Oregon as a result of being on the staff of OWEB. And he was tragically killed, and so just want to remember that life's precious, and there are people out there doing really great things for fish and wildlife, and Andrew's one of those people. So just want to finish with that. Sorry.
Thank you, Mark. Kelly, please.
Bedu, Kelly Coates Kurika, Nahankiudana Aite. Good day, Kelly Coates is my name, and I am of the Cow Creek Umpqua people. And I am the tribal representative on the OWEB board, and my day job is the Natural Resources Director for the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians. I'll keep my update as brief as possible. Lots going on in the last quarter. I attended the Affiliated Tribes of Northwest Indians meeting in Canyonville in late May. It was hosted by the Cow Creek Tribe. Natural resources topics discussed included offshore wind energy, climate resilience, and tribal forest management, among other topics. I facilitated the OWEB DEI and Environmental Justice Committee meeting on June 4th, and I'm just going to take this opportunity again to say that I am looking for a new co-chair for the DEI committee, and if anyone is interested, please let me know or talk with Sarah about it. I also attended the OWEB Water and Climate Committee meeting on June 12th. The biggest thing that I want to focus on with my update today is something that's pretty near and dear to my heart. I met with Courtney and Shane and my Heritage Program Manager, Ben Stewart, regarding the NOAA PCSRF programmatic agreement and the PCSRF funding that OWEB received for the tribal-specific project development grants. We touched on this a little bit yesterday, but I just wanted to speak a little more to it. Funding will be available to support watershed restoration project development as well as cultural resources review work associated with the implementation of the NHPA programmatic agreement between OWEB and NOAA Fisheries for the PCSRF funding. This is really exciting news as it's going to be tribal-specific funding. OWEB is planning a very robust tribal outreach effort over the next few months, including reaching out to each tribe individually and having 4 webinars to gather input from the tribes. And I want to thank Courtney specifically for pursuing this funding and going about administering the funding in such a thoughtful way that includes tribal input. Courtney, Ken, Lindsay, and I met in June to discuss the best way to engage tribes with this. And I've said this before, but OWEB staff is so thoughtful about the way that they approach things, and I really appreciate it. I feel like I'm being listened to when I talk with them, and that's huge. This is a big moment for OWEB, and it's also a big moment for myself. I remember going to an OWEB board meeting in Bandon probably 9 years ago and giving comments where I requested tribal-specific funding. I was actually asking specifically for funding for Pacific lamprey restoration. You see how I did that? My board of directors gives me such a hard time. They're like, you can take any conversation and turn it into a conversation about lamprey, and I just did it again.
Particularly you.
I know, right? It's a gift. And I also shared that tribes partner with so many OWEB grantees that it's difficult to compete for OWEB funding with so many of the people that we support and we work with on a daily basis. And I want to just thank OWEB staff for really truly listening through the tribal assessment as well. This is something that came out loud and clear within the tribal assessment, and it's a fantastic example of tribal engagement and being a really good partner and just listening to what the needs are and then putting that into action. And I just really want to thank OWEB and Courtney and the staff that have worked on this, because this is big, this is huge, and I'm really excited about it. So thanks.
Thank you, Kelly. Mark, what do you want us to know today?
Well, first, if I start to cry, it's because Grant County's burning up, so. And I would recommend, Jamie mentioned Watch Duty.
Closer. Thank you, Mark.
Watch Duty, it's a great app. Anyway, so there's 3 issues that I'll share. I'll share the notes with Nicole because they were pretty extensive, and I know we're cramped for time, and then I'm going to add one that I think is relevant to the fire conversation. So first, Mark Webb, EQC liaison to OWEB. Got it. Anyway, first issue is the Lower Umatilla Basin Groundwater Management Area. I'm not going to try to pronounce the acronym. I'll just laugh at myself. Can you say it? I don't think that's how it's pronounced.
It is.
That's why I don't even try, so. Anyway, DEQ, along with the Oregon Health Authority, Oregon Department of Agriculture, and Oregon Water Resources Department are working with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Morrow and Umatilla counties, tribal governments, and local community groups to address longstanding nitrate groundwater contamination and drinking water needs in the lower Umatilla Basin groundwater management areas. And what that includes is, again, working with these agencies to refine a nitrate reduction plan for the area. The state agencies have contacted Oregon Consensus to conduct an assessment and recommend process improvements to enhance collaboration effectiveness among that area and members of state agencies. DEQ expects to publish an updated nitrate trend analysis report in the coming months after a review by OSU statistical experts. And then the preliminary results show an overall need to continue nitrate reduction strategies. And then DEQ and Oregon Department of Agriculture continue to implement productive permit conditions to support nitrate reduction strategies with the goal of lowering groundwater concentrations. So that lower Umatilla Basin is a particular focus area for DEQ at this time for lots of good reasons. Second is the Coastal Management Act reauthorizations amendments, and I think that is CZARA, that's how I'd say it. DEQ and the Department of Land Conservation Development are working with EPA and NOAA to prepare and resubmit Oregon's Coastal Non-Point Pollution Control Program under the Coastal Zone Management Act Reauthorizations Amendment, the CZARA. And this is in part to having to redo this because I think the previous Oregon Forest Practices Act didn't satisfactorily address water quality per NOAA's standards. And so DEQ is currently working with ODF to update the forestry section of the CNPCP to demonstrate how the updates to forestry authorities, which they've recently changed, and TMDL program address the gaps that lead to federal disapproval. And I think one thing that would be nice, in addition to the improved water quality in the area, there would be additional federal funding to use that would come with that we're currently missing. Last thing is total maximum daily loads, or TMDLs. DEQ is developing water quality improvement plans known as total maximum daily loads, TMDLs, across the state. It's currently working on TMDL development projects in 6 watersheds throughout Oregon. The TMDLs are analyzing sources of pollution, temperature, bacteria, dissolved oxygen, and pH, and identifying pollution reduction efforts to improve water quality. DEQ also is developing an accompanying water quality management plan to help guide the implementation. And those watersheds that DEQ is working in talk about these. You can look at them on the notes or in the notes when I submit them. And then the last thing it seemed relevant, DEQ, the air quality program, has been working with Bend around prescribed fire and the need to get more prescribed fire on the landscape near Bend. The problem is that most of that fire goes into Bend. And I think, listening to Chris, I think what we need to appreciate is that the fire problem is not just a landscape problem or a fuels problem. It's also an agency get-along problem. You have DEQ with regulatory responsibilities regarding air quality that make it very difficult to implement the kind of prescribed fire it's needed. You also have the Oregon Health Authority with responsibilities that make it difficult around human health to do that. And so, again, it's not the landscape alone. Agencies are going to have to do their jobs differently if they're going to do their job right from an ecological and human welfare perspective. And I just want to say I think DEQ is taking some pretty significant steps. I don't know that the air quality program would want me to say this, but as I sort of see it, they're encouraging Oregon Department of Forestry, and particularly the Forest Service, to just get a lot more burning. We're not going to fine you if you get a lot of air in the ground. We appreciate, or in the air, a lot of smoke in the air. We appreciate this needs to happen. So here's an agency taking some risk, and that's pretty significant. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Mark. Aaron, you're up next, please.
Good morning, everyone. Aaron Curtis. I'm the representative from the Bureau of Land Management. I work at our BLM Oregon Washington State Office in Portland. So a couple of updates at the national level with the BLM. So we did finalize what we're referring to as our new public lands rules that affect all BLM lands across the West. So those updated the process by which we conduct our land health standards, which provides a lot of clarity on land management decisions moving forward. We updated our policies related to how we designate areas of critical environmental concern. And so that's basically the administrative designation that our agency internally can provide that provides the most protection to important resource values that are at risk on the public lands. And it also, for the first time for our agency, created a program for us to consider and issue restoration and mitigation leases on the public lands. So that's going to be also a big deal for a multiple use agency like the BLM. We are also, come hell or high water, by the end of this calendar year, nationally, we're going to be approving updated resource management plans for greater sage-grouse habitat across the western United States. So there will be another, in a couple of months, I believe, we'll be releasing that draft, along with an updated solar energy development study, which is going to identify which public lands are either available or a no-go or kind of in the middle zone of where we would consider future applications for solar, commercial solar development. I don't want to one-up Lindsay on her story about the governor's visit, but we did have the BLM director come visit Oregon a couple of weeks ago. She was visiting a lot of our bipartisan infrastructure law and Inflation Reduction Act projects throughout our Lakeview and Burns districts in southern and central Oregon. And we took her up to Scenes Mountain to Kiger Gorge, and she went over, there was a couple taking a selfie, and she wound up filming him proposing to his girlfriend. Which was a great reminder at the top of how important public lands are.
That's a we.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
Here at the Oregon level, we are also, we just wrapped up our public comment period for the resource management plan for the Cascade-Siskiyou National Monument. Received just under 900 public comments on that, so that's another project we're going to be trying to get done this calendar year, along with our Lakeview District Resource Management Plan Amendment, which is looking at identifying where we have wilderness quality lands. It's going to be updating our off-highway vehicle areas and the rules around that. Let's see, and then this Friday, we will also be announcing our approval of the removal of a very small earthen dam in Lane County. Nothing like the big stuff we've been talking about here, but it is going to be opening up passage for lamprey salmon. So we're even getting ahead, ready for the western pond turtle habitat, Chris. So we're excited about that one. And then I would just, a couple of other things, I think something that I've recognized over the last couple of weeks, if you're working with your local BLM offices, please be patient. Most of us are out on fire assignments right now. And then I will also put in a little selfish plug, is I'm looking for a new assistant in Portland, Oregon. So if you know anybody good, send them my way, please. All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, what do you want us to know today? And identify yourself.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. Eric Murray, for the record, ex officio member representing NOAA Fisheries. I thought I would just start off with a quick update on Klamath dam removal. That's actually processed for the 3 remaining dams is running ahead of schedule. So by this September, we may see up to 420 miles of new accessible habitat. So that's going to take about 4 or 5 generations of salmon returns to really see that full improvement there, but we expect up to an 80% increase in abundance of Klamath River Chinook salmon. So really, really good news there. Our office in Arcata California really is in charge of the Klamath Basin, but they're really happy about the results that they expect. We're also working very closely with the Army Corps of Engineers to improve fish passage at the Willamette Basin dams. We're continuing to see declines in the Willamette Basin steelhead and Chinook salmon, so improved fish passage at those dams is really going to be a key recovery element for those species, and we're expecting a new plan for that fish passage improvement in 2025. We're wrapping up our salmon and steelhead reviews that began in 2022. We're not going to see a lot of changes in Endangered Species Act listing status for those species, but we are highlighting new threats from climate change and continued habitat loss, while at the same time noting all of the good restoration work that has happened since 2022. So in addition to the largest PCSRF awards, as we talked about yesterday, NOAA is releasing $2.6 billion nationally through the Climate Ready Coasts and Communities program. Some of that work is going to be coming here to the Pacific Northwest, or some of those funds, and those funds are made available through the Inflation Reduction Act. Additionally, we'll see $240 million in fish passage projects. Again, many of those are going to be coming to Oregon and Washington. And those projects are funded through the bipartisan infrastructure law. And the last thing I wanted to note was just a couple of other priorities for NOAA here in Oregon. The private forest accords and other forestry HCPs remain, one of our top priorities in the state. As Chris mentioned, the Northwest Forest Plan amendment process and improvements at the Port of Coos Bay are some of our top priorities for the next 12 months. So, thank you.
Thank you, Eric. All right, I'm going to jump over to Stephen, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Steve Brandt. I represent Oregon State University Extension Administration. I'm going to leave my comments to just one comment. And today I want to take the opportunity to publicly announce that this is going to be my last meeting. I'm stepping down from the OWEB board. And it's due to the fact that I've decided to retire from Oregon State University sometime early next year, and this is beginning that transition process. I'm retiring because largely because in the last 4 months, I became a new grandfather twice. So 2 new kids, and I really need to clear up my schedule. And, I wanted to we started the transition process. Chris Elliott is the current head of the Oregon State University Extension. He's in the process of picking a replacement. He has a couple of candidates in mind. I'm working with him and promised I would work with the new individual to make that transition smooth. We expect that person would be attending the October meeting. And as soon as we know the name, we'll send out an email. So I did want to take just 1 or 2 minutes to give a reflection of myself on OWEB. I have the dubious honor of being the longest-serving OWEB member on the board. I've been here almost 11 years. And what that means is I've seen every one of these chairs being occupied by a different person, and in many cases more than once. In fact, I've been through 6 directors now in that time. That includes some of the
You're not going to get rid of me that quickly.
No, and one I've only been with a day or two. So I think one of the things I've learned from that is that the people that sit around this table are continue to be truly amazing people. Every new individual that comes in, they're just amazing. I think they're dedicated, they're hardworking, they're really caring, and I think they have sort of a very diverse and fascinating background. So I certainly encourage all of you members, and particularly the new members, make sure you get to know the board members around the table, because they are all amazing people. And I think the other thing I've noticed in the course of all of this change in people, that OWEB has a certain degree of continuity. There's always a continuity, the mission, of course, of restoration, and I would say almost equally the goal of sort of the community engagement, or rather partnership, I think, is those are 2 things that have stayed the same, as well as the fact that it continues to be sort of an excellent organization. And the most effective, I've served on many boards and committees, and this really is the most effective one, which is somewhat startling given the change of the people and the diversity and the new people that come in and they're working as a team is really an amazing feat, I think. And but given that continuity, it still evolves. I was here in the first when we first started talking about the focused investment partnerships and developing whether or not that should even be something that's being done. And now it's sort of a part and parcel of what is part of the program. So that continual evolution of how you do business, what's being done, now it's climate and DEI sort of are sort of some of the new things always tend to, in my view, improve the program. There's also a diversity, as mentioned before, in terms of the increase in the types of things that are being done, the diversity of programs, and because, as we all know, OWEB does such a good job, they're constantly being pressured to do more and different things and expand, and it's always been taken on, and the board has taken it on, and certainly the others, and it continues to grow, and it never reduces what I view as an excellent program. That excellent thing is continued. So anyway, those are some brief comments. Of course, I can't stop without saying that the staff have been just the really solid foundation for this organization. I just look across the room to Eric's and Renee and Courtney and Ken and now more newly Stephanie and of course Nicole and others, and all of the regional representatives. I think going to the regional areas and meeting the staff in those areas, but also meeting the community is one of the real true strengths of this, despite the fact that they've tried to kill us at least 2 or 3 times on the various field trips. That's why I won't be visiting the pile of rattlesnakes. I figured on the way out, but they'd get me for sure. But so with that, I want to say that this has really been a sort of a pleasurable and fun and sort of an honor to be on this board, and really one of the more rewarding things I've done as part of my job. As I move into an emeritus professor, I plan to be writing science papers and doing research and staying on with the National Academy of Science committee I'm on. I plan to stay living in Corvallis, and I'll just be doing all those things under an emeritus without being paid. And I've already talked to Sarah about offering my services if anything comes up, because I'll be available for that. So anyway, thank everyone, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Stephen. And how much longer are you joining us in this particular meeting?
I'm leaving just before you go to see the rattlesnakes.
But you're not going to be here tomorrow?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm looking at the time, and I think I'd love to go around the room and have us all say our appreciation to you, but on behalf of the board, thank you. We definitely appreciate your service. I've learned a lot from you, and I know you're not going too far. So thank you very much. And I'm looking at the time, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, because Liz, you seated yours, 6 of us in the next 11 minutes. So 2 minutes each, please.
Otherwise, we cut into the break,
Yeah, I
right,
know.
Barbara?
Well,
So,
So, all right, Brian, what do you want us to know today?
I want to know, it's an honor to be here. This is my first meeting, so I get to transition for 1 day or 2 days with Steve, and I had a chance to visit with him, and I really appreciate visiting with all of you that I've had a chance to visit with, and those that I haven't, I look forward to visiting with you soon. I will keep my comments brief for the reasons you mentioned. A little bit of my background, so I'm the regional hydrologist for the Forest Service. I manage the watershed and hydrology programs for the 17 forests in Oregon and Washington. Been serving in that capacity since 2006. So I've know the state well. I've worked with OWEB staff directly for many years, and then indirectly through, providing support to the forest and supporting some of the technical review committees and things like that. My academic background, I have a bachelor's in civil engineering from Penn State University and a master's in hydrology from Stanford University. And so we talked a little bit about issues going on. Northwest Forest Plan Amendment is a big issue for the Forest Service. We expect to have a draft EIS out this summer and a decision, final EIS in the fall, and a decision in early 2025. Separate but related to that, there's a National Old Growth Amendment that's underway. There is a draft EIS that was released in June 21st, and opportunities for comments through September. A lot of those issues that we've talked about, fire, climate resilience, the role of indigenous communities in land management are components of both of those efforts. And then, like others, we are moving forward with making some substantial investments through bill and IRA funding, including some of the wildfire crisis strategy areas, but also some directly on water resource issues in the South Fork Mackenzie, as well as the Upper Grand Ronde and North Fork John Day. So in the interest of time, I'll kind of stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. Dan?
Dan Brown, hello. Hello. Is it on? I don't think it is. It was, and then it's not. Hello.
Really, go much closer, go much closer.
Hello. I don't think it's working.
I don't either. Yeah,
I'll use Brian's
much better.
because the Forest Service has a louder voice than the
It's okay. Only because we deserve it, so. So just real quick, to carry on that fire theme, I think I shared this joint statement of cooperation. Our regional administrator, Casey Sixkiller, worked with the Region 6 regional forester in the states of Oregon and Washington to set up a lot more of collaboration and coordination working together to address the wildfire crisis strategy. The first pilot of that is what Mark was describing earlier in West Bend. The most important part of that from EPA's perspective is the fact that putting more fire on the landscape and more smoke into the air was combined with an incredible outreach effort to the community. EPA supplied air monitors. We monitored indoor, outdoor air. And so for us, people die from smoke. And so that is our prerogative and the risk that our air agencies are taking on. And so this is the beginning of what's going to be a very, very long story of how do we protect human health while also allowing more smoke into the air to manage these fuel loads that need to be managed. A lot more to come on that. The first pilot was in West Bend, and the next one I think is going to be up on the Wenatchee next spring. And then a couple of other things. We got still rolling out a lot of bill money on infrastructure for water infrastructure, drinking water, wastewater, stormwater. Follow up on Jamie's comments on climate. We're also doing a big requesting to utilities if they need any technical assistance on looking at climate change risk and helping them assess climate change risk to their utilities and what kind of funding might be available to help them address that. And then regionally, we're supporting green infrastructure, working with DEQ, local partners to provide technical assistance to communities that want to acquire their land around their watershed to protect their drinking water. And that's going to be a good complement to OWEB's Drinking Water Source Protection Acquisition Program. Columbia River Basin Restoration Program focused on reducing toxics. That's going pretty strong with, again, bill funding. We got 10 organizations and 8 tribal governments leading toxics reduction efforts. And we're currently reviewing science and monitoring grant applications to improve our understanding of those toxics and their effects on water quality. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention a couple things. Our Office of Research and Development is doing out of our Pacific Ecological Systems Division in Corvallis. They collaborate a lot with our partners, and I haven't really mentioned them before. But they are supporting Oregon DFW folks who are using a watershed model that lab developed to derive stream flow and temperature response to climate variability affecting salmonid habitat in the Oregon Coast Range, and then using those results to quantify the effects of climate change and strategies for its mitigation as part of the Oregon Coast Coho Conservation Plan. And also, same group working with Forest Service, OSU, and others on looking at the effects of wildfire on stream flow runoff, evapotranspiration, and other things. They recently published one paper, and they got a lot of other stuff in the works. And I will stop it there.
Thank you, Dan. Russ, you got the gist of what we're looking for?
Sure. Russ Hoflick, member at large, new member at large, and I must say that I am both excited and honored and humbled to be working with all of you, and really look forward to the chance to dig in. I'm really inspired by what I'm hearing about in terms of the detail, and as I take on this role, I can't help but, on the 25th anniversary of OWEB, I can't help but look back to the beginnings of this program, and I think about a man named Ron Schmidt, who was a Nature Conservancy board member, who was with a company called Pius Schmidt Westerdahl, and he used to work for Senator Hatfield. And I was director of the Nature Conservancy at the time, and the senator calls us into his office saying that he, as chair of the Appropriations Committee, was very proud of the money that he was bringing into the state of Oregon for natural resources every year, and asked us to come into the meeting with a identification of how much money he was bringing in annually. I thought it was a strange request because he could have turned to any of his staff and they would have given him that number. But the reason was that he wanted us to think long and hard about the implications of, at that time it was about $35 million a year that he was allocating to great conservation in the state of Oregon. And he informs us that he had intent to retire and wanted to find a replacement for those funds. And that began the quest to identify a new funding source, which ultimately became Measure 66, and then following on that, Measure 76. And to think about what you have all done to grow that pot of money, the 15%, or the 7.5% of the 15% that you get, to be able to leverage that to great impact and to identify new funding streams. You think about the last 11 years, look back at the last 25, and you have done incredible work. You're a model for the nation. You inspire agencies far and wide to be able to leverage their impacts. And still today, we find ourselves short of resources to be able to meet the growing climate needs that are out there. So I have joined a small work group of individuals that has decided to use the same skills that we used to create Measure 66 and 76 to begin the dialogue about what we do for climate resilience, to really, for the first time, as one of your past chairs had indicated, we need to get the zeros correct, and we didn't do that when we designed Measure 66 and 76. But what will it need? What do we need in the state to build resiliency over time, and how do we design a funding stream that is guaranteed constitutionally to be able to ensure we get there in the future to add to the great works that are being done now? So I'm excited to be part of that fledgling effort as we move forward.
Thank you, Russ. Bruce, please.
Thank you, Barbara. I'm Bruce Buckmaster. I'm a public at-large member from Astoria, Oregon. It was summer was slow in coming to the North Coast, and I evidence that by tomato plants. They're terrible. In the last quarter, since our last meeting, I was able to attend a webinar presented by the Columbia Riverkeeper on the science of methane gas from reservoirs, which was fascinating. We've always looked at hydros being very clean, and as far as climate, some of the new science on methane releases gives us reason to think about the implications of our hydropower. On the 13th of June, I was very pleased to attend a meeting that was hosted by the North Coast Watershed Association. Our local group, the great people, Graham and Kelly presented their work on restoration of chum salmon. They are working on a a watershed mapping tool, a web-based watershed mapping tool, which just from the little I was able to observe it, looks to me to be a tool that is going to be widely adopted around the state, and it's generated locally, and so many great ideas are generated locally by our watersheds councils. I love the 2-hour agenda item, this 2-hour agenda item. I don't want it truncated. I believe that this gives a comprehensive digest of what's happening in the state of Oregon from a wide array of sources. If people just tuned into this 2 hours, this agenda item on the OWEB quarterly meetings, they would have a good idea of what is happening with natural resources in our state. So thank you all for what you share. Stephen, I'm going to miss you. Learn how to say no. They will ride a willing horse to death. And for the new members, welcome. This is a wonderful organization. I urge you, Kelly talked about the DEI committee, to get involved in committee work. That is one place where you can spend a lot of time and make great individual contributions and group contributions to OWEB. The work that's been done at the committee level has been, I believe, the most satisfying of my tenure here. And I'm reminded as I listen to all of you and to hear what's being said, that we is literally at the center of OWEB.
Are you the,
I see a new logo coming.
Oh, my God.
Barbara, are you the oldest now? The oldest, longest serving after Stephen?
Yeah, I think you're.
Which question would you like me to answer?
Excuse me, sorry.
I believe yes to both.
So do we have to show you some respect now? Is that?
I wouldn't know how to react.
Thank you, Bruce. And I share the excitement for this part of our agenda also. Today's just a unique day since we had a guest pop in the middle of our board member reports. So thank you.
So just real quick, I just want to say welcome to our new board members, and I'm just really excited about having you all. And as Barb says, get to know us, but I really want you to get to know this guy next to me and ask him about his performance time in Paris as a mime.
All right, Liza Jane, what do you want us to know today, please? Oh, Josh, actually, no, Greg took his seat today. So, yeah, Greg, it was a pass of the baton. Josh is with us for one meeting, and so Greg wanted to introduce himself to us, but we're glad to have you here today. So, Liza Jane.
That's mine?
Yes.
All right, good morning. Josh, I'm glad you're here. I introduced myself and you said, it's just this one time, so. But, I appreciate you coming for this one time. And Russ, welcome. Russ was the director of Nature Conservancy when I worked for them, and we both share the love of the Zoom wall. And I got to share great times. I look forward to working with you here. Brian, you're a hydrologist.
Yeah.
Can you make it rain?
We can help adapt to those realities of rain or not, but no, we can't do that just yet.
Okay. Welcome. Stephen, before each meeting, I think about getting to see you, and I'll miss you, and I think everybody will miss you. Thank you for being the solid. It'll be missed. And Bruce, you do all right, but keep working on it. I just have a couple quick notes about wildlife. I've been working with the group for a couple years.
Who are you and who do you
My name's Liza Jane McAllister. I'm public at large. I live in Wallowa County. Thank you, Barbara. And I've been working for a couple years on a project for wildlife crossing. The Highway 82 that runs through the middle of the ranch is the highest vehicle strike area in the state. And so we need to build a bridge or some way to help them get across. So we've been plucking away at that, and I
I think it was June, this core group of folks came to the ranch and we drove and got out at spots. We didn't walk the 20 miles, but the 20-mile stretch that we're looking at for possibilities, and it's not been really done on private land, and that's all private land, and so we're just releasing a RFP for the feasibility study. So we're making progress, looking forward to that. It is a really rewarding project to work on in all the different things that I've done because I haven't run into a single person that doesn't think it's awesome. It's just so positive. It doesn't matter what you believe about anything else, but let's get that done. So it's really great to work on. And the other thing is I've been involved with the Women on the Land work, and in September our subject is succession. And I think that's, when we worry about development, we worry about all the pressures on the land. This is a really important effort to help people keep that land in production, or at least not sell it out for the high price. Help people access land, help people pass land. And so this group is just women ranchers working together and learning from each other. I think that's it. I don't get out much. These OWEB meetings are great to get out and visit communities. Thank you, Springfield, for hosting us. Getting to see projects and around the state is a treat. So thank you.
All right, thanks, Elijah Jane. I will be quick. Barbara Boyer, I sit here representing the State Board of Agriculture. Yes, I am an Aggie, which is in our new strategic plan. It is a new acronym that we came up with at the board, at the Department of Agriculture. So if you're interested in what it stands for, look at our strategic plan. But I think it is important for everybody, especially the new board members, to know how I sit on the Board of Agriculture. I sit on the Board of Agriculture as my position as chair of the Soil and Water Conservation Commission. So what is surprising to me as I sit around this table is how many touch points conservation districts have with each and every one of you. It is amazing to me how much work conservation districts do with all of you and all the partnering that happens. At our last Soil and Water Conservation Commission meeting down in Gold Beach, I think it was last week, Steve Mrazek from DEQ is one of our partners, and he gives us an update. He spent 14 minutes talking about all the TMDLs in this state. And that struck me.
I can do that
And, well, I know, but I was just like, this is our future. TMDLs, whether it's mercury or temperature, is going to be our future. And I've been around this a long time, 20 years, and I still don't quite understand TMDLs. So I've asked for an education 101, and Oregon Association of Conservation Districts is taking that on at their annual meeting in Hood River. So I think it's time that we all get well-versed on it, because it's part of our future.
Yeah, especially in the context of temperature and warming climate and how those things interact.
Exactly.
It's huge, yeah.
So, but yeah, it was amazing to me. And then quickly, our last Board of Ag meeting was in Burns, and we had a presentation from the High Desert Partnership, which OWEB has funded a lot of their work. Amazing. How much they've grown, how many different branches just their philanthropy. It's a great organization. And they presented a video, and our past board member, Gary Marshall, is in there. So it was really, really fun to see. He even came to the meeting, so I got to visit with him. I've attended 2 OAHC meetings, which are the co-chair, Bruce Taylor, is in the audience. Raise your hand, Bruce. Thank you. So I attended 2 of those meetings, and then 2 of the RAC meetings, which the commission is the RAC. And they are doing amazing work. It's really thoughtful, and I'm really excited to see the outcome of all that work you guys are doing. With that being said, will that come to the board? How is that? Is that the process? Okay. So, Taylor's leading, you all are doing a great job leading the process. And with that, that's all I have. We have 5 minutes until public comment. Do we have any verbal public comment sign up? We do? Okay. So here's what I want to propose. Because, you want it? You want it? All right, go for it. 5 minutes. See you back here at 10:20.
4 minutes now.
How to use this?
Hey, everybody, you want to toddle back to your seats? That's a chatty group. Hey, everybody, we need to, am I on mic? Hello? Woo! That was Dan.
Official OWEB.
Yeah. Woo! Dan can whistle, but don't let him do it.
Not inside, that'll hurt my ears.
Everybody has lots of good stuff to say. And now we're back to our agenda with our public comments. There we go. Thank you. This too is a really great part of our meeting, and we appreciate the folks that show up to give us comments as well as our written comments. We received written comments from, I think this list, Gary Young, Carson Kendrick, who spoke with us yesterday, and Nellie McAdams. Thank you for those written comments. This is the wrong list. Excuse me, checking lists, checking them twice. Doing okay? Yeah. So we have 5 people signed up for public comment at this time, 2 virtual and 3 in person, and we're going to start with our in-person comments. 3 minutes is the limit, and in our virtual, we'll have to ask you not to have your cameras on just for bandwidth, whatever's, but you're very important to us. So let's start with Meg, if you're ready to come on up. Good morning.
Morning. I'll sit at the short microphone. I like that you thought of 2 different height people.
I think somebody short just sat there before you.
Oh, go on, make me feel important, Sarah. Thank you. And thank you, co-chairs McAllister and Boyer and all of the members of the board for the opportunity to speak today. For the record, I am Meg Rutledge, Executive Director of Columbia Land Trust. And on behalf of our nonprofit, I wish to provide comments on the importance of land acquisition and the role that OWEB plays in watershed health in Oregon. I came to share this with you today because I'm encouraged by the focus on acquisitions in your agenda, and I'm grateful for your attention to one of the mechanisms we rely on to combine sound science and strong relationships to conserve the Columbia River watershed from the Dalles all the way to Astoria. Since 1999, Columbia Land Trust has conserved more than 60,000 acres across 5 of the eco-regions in the lower Columbia River. We have a rich history of working closely with landowners, tribal nations, and communities on both sides of the river to conserve and care for the places that make this an incredible region to live, work, raise a family, and grow old in. Our cooperative, science-based, and community-driven approach to conservation is the same one found at the heart of the Oregon Plan for salmon and watersheds. For us, OWEB, as a grant administrator and responsible for the largest land acquisition grant program in the state, is a really important partner in our success and work. State funding is critical to leveraging additional federal and private funds that we use to acquire and restore habitat. We sometimes use it for matching dollars, and this allows us to invest in even greater scale of conservation projects and to leverage philanthropy to provide the greatest return on investment that we can for conservation outcomes. Columbia Land Trust and other land trusts in Oregon rely on OWEB dollars to undertake voluntary watershed enhancement and protection actions called for in the Oregon Plan, and it works. Over the past 25 years, through your grant administration, you've helped protect 90,000 acres. Thank you. I cannot understate the importance of this. Acquisition is an essential and complementary strategy to restoration. It's more efficient and more effective to protect existing high-quality habitat than to try and restore degraded habitat. It makes land acquisition one of the most cost-effective conservation means for conserving our Oregon watersheds for future generations. The United Nations 2023 report on biodiversity considers land conversion to be the single largest threat to ongoing environmental protection. Land acquisition is often complex and can take years, if not decades. I've only been in role for a year and a half as executive director of Columbia Land Trust, and when I first started, they were just wrapping up a project in Oregon that took 25 years from the first conversation to closing, and it was one of the last remaining intact habitats that fed the Multnomah County watershed region in Howard Canyon. It's incredible to understand the importance of endurance in our work for me as a new leader of Columbia Land Trust. That means that kind of patience and persistence really relies on administrative mechanisms that allow us to work with willing landowners to take advantage of time-sensitive opportunities. You can be having a multi-decade conversation and then be getting to the point of closing and needing to work quickly to secure the final transaction. The agenda for this board meeting is a positive sign that OWEB is committed to the bold actions and constructive working relationships needed to achieve health in Oregon's watersheds. Thank you. And at this time, I also wanted to acknowledge the importance of the Department of Justice's presentation in helping us all better understand the steps to work collaboratively. And I applaud the continued work to stand up the Drinking Water Source Protection Program. This new funding source is an excellent example of the kind of innovative actions called for in OWEB's strategic plan. So to close, thank you for your continued dedication to achieving healthy watersheds in the Oregon way and supporting partners like landowners and land trusts. We're looking forward to what we can achieve in the next 25 years. Thank you.
Thank you, May. Anyone have clarifying questions? Great, thank you. Jessica McDonald? Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, OWEB co-chairs McAllister and Boyer and the entire board. My name is Jessica McDonald. I am the director at Greenbelt Land Trust, a regional land trust working in the Willamette Valley. OWEB has played an integral role in the growth of Greenbelt Land Trust over the last 35 years. From the very first land acquisition project that OWEB ever funded in 2001, at Owens Farm, a fee acquisition with Greenbelt Land Trust, to 1,000 acres protected in the Willamette River, floodplain properties that are being restored, floodplain forests at Harkins Lake, Little Willamette, Willamette Bluffs, to iconic projects in the valley that bring our community together, like Bald Hill Farm, where trails, wetlands, working forests, working farms unite in one property. OWEB has been a vital resource to move our conservation plan forward. In this partnership, Greenbelt and our fellow land trusts and tribes across the state are enabling OWEB's statutory purpose. And there is so much more ahead of us. In the last year alone, Greenbelt Land Trust's portfolio of protected lands grew by 1/3. In the next couple of years, we anticipate doubling the entire acreage protected that it took us 35 years to build. This is the pace and scale that we're talking about in Oregon. It is more important than ever that Oregon's only permanent dedicated funding source for conservation, for permanent land protection, that enables OWEB to meet its statutory obligations for permanent protection of lands and waters, that this relationship be solid. More than ever, we need to work in lockstep across staff, across the board, to meet these growing needs. We know that the relationship has not always been strong. You see few acquisition applications come across your desk for review. Do not be fooled that this is because of a lack of eligible, tantalizing projects to put forward. Rather, land trusts have prioritized other funding than OWEB. The state agency that on paper should be the heartbeat of permanent land conservation funding in Oregon. We have to ask ourselves, put a microscope on the question of why this is. We have to be dedicated to changing that narrative, and the effort to do this must be constructive and collaborative. We need each other to fulfill the promise that we made to Oregonians through Measure 66 and 76. I am so encouraged by the incredible staff at OWEB and the leadership that Sarah O'Brien brings, and I love that the focus on your background is on collaboration and dismantling the barriers to allow us to work more effectively together. And most of all, I am heartened by the talented staff of land trusts and tribal land acquisition programs in Oregon who understand the needs and opportunities of permanent land protection work more than anybody else. I find that this is a really exciting time, this opportunity to reshape the future between OWEB and Oregon's land trusts and tribes and permanent land protection, and work together to tackle the mounting crisis at our doorstep. So thank you so much for your leadership, and thank you for focusing on land acquisition. I look forward to more conversations to come.
Thank you, Jessica. And Nellie.
Co-chairs Boyer and McAllister and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to give public comment. My name is Nellie McAdams, and I represent the Oregon Agricultural Trust, or OAT, a nonprofit land trust that serves the state. Our programs include land protection, where we permanently protect farm and ranch lands using working lands conservation easements to keep ag land in production. Our easements compensate landowners for giving up development rights that interfere with agriculture and allow them to retain ownership and management of the property. The cash and tax benefits that landowners receive in exchange for these easements support succession planning, land access, and business expansion, while ensuring that we have an agricultural land base for the future. This land base provides invaluable public benefits, including supporting rural economies, protecting associated habitat, and sequestering carbon. And an increasing number of producers are using easements to reduce property value to agricultural value to make it more affordable to future generations. Integral to our land protection program is our Ag Business Support Program, which provides workshops, resources, and one-on-one succession advising for agricultural landowners. Unplanned succession, as we've heard, often leads to family disputes, higher attorney fees, and estate tax burdens, and expenses which can often force land-rich, cash-poor producers to sever and sell parts of their properties to pay for those costs. We support producer business viability and succession plans, whether or not they involve an easement, because we understand that sound succession not only bolsters the agricultural economy, but takes development pressure off of the agricultural landscape. We want to express our strong support for both of OWEB's acquisitions programs. Our staff have been involved with the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program from before its inception. The program was thoughtfully created by agriculture and conservation groups to meet interrelated challenges of ag succession and ag land protection. Oregon is one of 28 states that provide match funding for working lands easements, which in turn helps leverage federal dollars for ag land protection. For example, the current demand for OAHP's easement program in the next biennium is $14.5 million, which would protect 25 farms and ranches covering 38,000 acres while leveraging $30 million of historically high federal funding. While we aspire to be more like Washington State, which contributes $50 million biennially to their match program, or Maryland, which recently met their goal of protecting 30% of their agricultural land under working land easements, or Delaware, which has received 10 times the federal funding as Oregon for this program. Our strong coalition is on firm footing to advocate for and receive enough funding for OAHP to begin to meet the demand from landowners. We also support our peer land trusts in using OWEB's lottery-funded Habitat Acquisitions Fund. The Constitution requires OWEB to manage an acquisition program that protects lands for water quality and quantity, as well as for habitat. Voters who passed measures 66 and 76 recognized the public benefits that an acquisitions program provides and entrusted OWEB with making sure this program is implemented. Like ag land, Oregon's habitat is also under threat. In particular, when the most likely alternative for a property is expensive, low-density homes, it's a wise use of public dollars to protect these lands in a way that meets OWEB's mission. And habitat conservation can have positive impacts on surrounding agricultural lands, which would otherwise negatively be impacted by fragmentation and development. In short, we're grateful for the board's learning this meeting about the acquisitions programs, and we offer our support to help coordinate tours of protected properties, provide information about the lands OAT protects, and how we operate. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Nellie. Okay. Can we have Chris virtually?
Yes, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good
My name
morning.
is Dell, and I am from the Hood River Soil and Water Conservation District. And this public comment is a little bit overdue, but I'm here today to give a heartfelt thank you to OWEB. Specifically because 3 years ago, OWEB awarded us an engagement grant to facilitate Spanish language pesticide education trainings and engagement with the farm worker community in the tree fruit industry. And at that time, we wrote the grant for a modest $30,000 and didn't really know what this effort would become. But through this grant and with a lot of collaboration and partnership with OSU Extension, OSU Pesticide Safety and Education Program, Washington State Department of Agriculture, the Columbia Gorge Fruit Growers Association, veteran educators like Leo Garcia, formerly of Wenatchee Valley College, and the greater grower community, we were able to offer multiple years of Spanish language trainings on sprayer calibration, integrated pest management, and pesticide application and handling best management practices. We built on that programming with support from Oregon Department of Agriculture through their Pesticide Stewardship Partnership Program to offer worker protection standards and pesticide handler trainings, pesticide applicator license exam preparation classes, and we became a state contracted testing center to improve access to the licensing exams. This OWEB grant incidentally acted as a pilot program and allowed us the capacity and the ability to lay the groundwork to build a more robust bilingual engagement and training program that has industry support to improve pesticide application and handling in the Mid-Columbia region. Thank you. That grant also paved the way for us to incorporate bilingual engagement with pesticide applicators and training opportunities into the Hood River Basin Partnership's Focused Investment Partnership grant application. The FIP was awarded to us in April, and again, with ODA support, this now secures us the ability to grow and implement long-term, consistent, meaningful, bilingual programming to the agricultural community for the better part of the next decade with almost $1 million. This year, we have over 25 days of trainings planned that will serve an estimated 500 agricultural growers and pesticide applicators, most of which will be done in Spanish. These trainings will work to improve pesticide applications to protect waterways and environmental quality, as well as human health, safety, and quality of life. Thank you. Thank you for understanding that engagement with the farm worker communities looks different than engaging with riverfront private property owners. Thank you for prioritizing and supporting this work. Being awarded the FIP is definitely not something we take lightly and will be the focus of the Hood River Soil and Water Conservation District's programming. For us, it's a great honor to do this work and support Oregon agriculture in this way. We are working hard to act as a model that can be replicated in different regions throughout the state, and hopefully eventually for other states to look to Oregon as a model. We have a really long ways to go, but I do think we can get there. And I just wanted to share with you that one initial OWEB grant started something so much bigger than what we wrote into that initial scope of work. And we wanted to express a heartfelt gratitude to OWEB for supporting us in that initial effort and continuing to support us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, is it Eli?
Yes, it's Eli Tome. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, welcome. Thank you.
Hi. Hello. Thank you for allowing us to give public comment today. Super appreciate it. My name is Eli Tome. I am the Director of Conservation at the Mackenzie River Trust. And I wanted to first just talk about a couple successes that we've had from a land acquisition that resulted in a large restoration project. Land acquisition is a key part of the restoration puzzle. As we've progressed in the last several decades toward goals of restoring Oregon's watersheds, we've completed a lot of the low-hanging fruit. We've completed a lot of the projects that were easy to do, and now we're left with really complex projects, complex issues, and we're starting to have to tackle issues of land tenure and decolonizing our approaches to land management. Right now, I wanted to call attention to some successes that the Mackenzie River Trust has had that sometimes I think has been framed as a failure or pieces that have fallen through. In 2010, Mackenzie River Trust was able to acquire a 217-acre property in the Sayusla estuary, at the time known as Waite Ranch. It took us 12 years to complete designs for that project. It's taken us about $1.5 million to complete the designs for that project. And now we've secured most of the restoration funding, and it's looking like it's going to be around an $11 million project to build. That might sound like a failure from some people in the room. However, I want to point out that over those 12 years, we were able to successfully engage with the Confederated Tribes of the Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Sayusla Indians. We've since incorporated a lot of cultural elements into the design, and we've worked with the Language Committee, which is a subcommittee of their tribal council, to rename the property Haich Ektatu, which translates to the heart of the Sayusla. Last week, we were fortunate enough to visit the property with all of Tribal Council and with Governor Tina Kotek to highlight the importance of decolonization as part of restoration actions, and to show that we've truly integrated a holistic approach of biocultural restoration at this site, where we're introducing not only the natural functions back to the land by reestablishing tidal connections, protecting Highway 126, and also bringing the people back to the land who have stewarded this land since time immemorial. There's lots of work to do still on that property and many properties that Mackenzie River Trust is now the owner of. But it is very important that we look at how we go about restoration and know that land acquisition is a big part of getting to the goals of the physical restoration of the properties that we need to do. I also want to draw to the success of the Finrock Reach project that's up on the Mackenzie River. Along with partners at the Forest Service and Mackenzie Watershed Council, we have the goals of establishing restoration across 1,700 acres in the Mid-Mackenzie Basin. Land acquisition is going to be a very important part of that puzzle, and we've showed that there's success, that land acquisition can lead to big successes in restoration. So I want to just express my support for the land acquisition program from OWEB, and thank you for your investments in that area, and know that sometimes the timing may not work out with what we had planned in the beginning, that we might not be able to restore a property in 2 years. It might take 12, it might take 20, but that time is really important that we take it out to figure it out and do it right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the public comment. Thank you for your efforts to get here and speak to us in person and virtually.
Co-chairs, I don't know if this is a normal thing, but can I do a real quick response to public comment? I know we're really tight on time. I'll make it very brief.
Is it a comment or, is it a clarifying comment?
I wasn't. It is not. I'll bring it up later. That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for reminding me of my own rules.
Thank you.
I know. My kids do that all the time.
All right. Okay, we are moving on down to item H and looking for approval of our April 2024 minutes as presented, please.
Madam Chair, I move the board approve the minutes from the April 22nd through 24th, 2024 board meeting. I'll second.
Been moved by Mark, seconded by Mark. Mark Labhart, moved by Mark Labhart, seconded by Mark Webb. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
I'd like to welcome Courtney and Ken. We are at agenda item I, stage 0 funding request, and this is on page 45.
Good morning. For the record, Courtney Schaff, OWEB's Monitoring and Reporting Program Manager.
Good morning, co-chairs, members of the board. My name is Ken Fetcha, and I'm OWEB's Effectiveness Monitoring Coordinator and Tribal Liaison.
So this is a relatively quick agenda item today. I'm going to give a little bit of background about this line and the spending plan, and then Ken will talk specifically about the funding request. So this is the quantifying conservation outputs and outcomes line in the spending plan. It is a tongue twister, and I often trip over it. And this is different than the monitoring line item in the open solicitation. And so just wanted to provide a little bit of clarification so folks don't get confused. So when we're talking about investments that we fund out of this line item in the spending plan, these are really OWEB-led collaborative landscape scale monitoring investments that often take time between OWEB, multiple grantees, and local partners to develop and think about how it will answer kind of overarching questions at the more landscape scale. The monitoring line item in the open solicitation item of the spending plan is really grantee-led. They are approaching us with their ideas. It goes through our review process, and then we come here for board awards. And the quantifying outcomes is a collaborative approach to monitoring at a more landscape scale. What we're talking about today is effectiveness monitoring of stage 0 restoration projects, and OWEB has been investing in effectiveness monitoring of stage 0 since 2020. We've invested in both the Upper Deschutes as well as the Mackenzie River Watershed Councils for monitoring in their local basins. And OWEB is also invested in a stage 0 monitoring workshop with practitioners and partners back in 2020 so that we could share lessons learned and continue the science behind these efforts. So that's just a little bit of background about why we're here today, and I'm going to pass it over to Ken to talk about the specifics.
Thanks, Courtney. So again, this agenda item, I will provide a brief update on the status of the monitoring grant with the Mackenzie Watershed Alliance, which is the fiscal sponsor for the Mackenzie Watershed Council, and then we'll be requesting a small amount of funding to support this ongoing monitoring effort. And just a brief description of stage 0 restoration. It's really a floodplain restoration technique that is manipulations to the channel, typically using cut and fill of sediment and an addition of large amounts of large woody debris that's really aimed at connecting the stream channel to the floodplain at all water levels, including at flood events. And it's believed that this restoration technique results in high quality habitat for fish and wildlife, improved water quality, and the reduction of flooding to downstream communities. So some background on this long-term monitoring project with the Mackenzie Watershed Council. So in 2020, OWEB funded the first phase of effectiveness monitoring in the South Fork Mackenzie River Stage 0 Restoration Project, which had been, the restoration had so far been implemented over 2 phases in approximately 200-acre size footprint, so really large-scale project there below Cougar Dam. And this monitoring was designed to examine the linked physical and ecological benefits from this restoration action. This was the first round of monitoring was completed in 2022 after a lengthy delay associated with a 2020 holiday farm fire and the COVID pandemic. In April of 2023, at the April board meeting in Kaiser, Jared Waybright from the Mackenzie Watershed Council joined us and presented some of the findings from that first phase of monitoring effort, and the board awarded an additional $175,000 to continue this monitoring effort. In March of 24, the Mackenzie Watershed Council and the Mackenzie Watershed Alliance signed a grant agreement with us to receive that funding to continue the monitoring in 2024 and 2025. And so the Mackenzie Watershed Alliance is partnering with the PNW Research Station in Corvallis, the Willamette National Forest, which is the landowner of this area and contributes to monitoring and restoration actions. We have Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and Oregon State University working to continue juvenile Chinook monitoring. remote sensing of habitat quality and water temperature, and really curation of the spatial data set that's collected in 2024 and 2025. So since the board approved the funding award in April of last year, I've been working and staying in touch with the Watershed Council and the partners and really understanding what's needed to implement this project as proposed. And after, over that time period, given that approximately a year had taken place since the board made the initial award and the grant agreement was signed, the Watershed Council identified a funding gap of $25,000 that's needed to really implement the project as proposed. And so when they approached us, management and staff were willing to come to you guys to see if you'd be interested in helping support that. In attachment A of the staff report, there's additional details on how that funding is needed, and I'm prepared to provide a brief summary of that as well. And really, it's just intended to implement the project as originally approved. Again, given that 1 year has passed, it's understandable that expenses have increased over that time period, but also the partners have a better understanding of the partners' capacity of the project management needs over that time, given that previously in the first phase of the monitoring grant, the P&W Research Station provided a lot of in-kind services to manage the project, coordinate across the different monitoring entities, and ensure that all the different people doing monitoring were completing the reporting requirements on time and to meet OWEB grant agreement. And now, for this phase of the monitoring effort, the P&W Research Station is really going to be providing in-kind services related to data analysis and reporting and unable to contribute to project management assistance. So a majority of this funding is $15,000 is going to go to OSU to help them do additional drone flights to better understand habitat and temperature variability at different flow levels. And so expenses will be provided for a field technician to be able to help collect drone and ground-based data to correlate those data sets. And one of the additions to the funding will allow them to provide travel expenses to stay nearby the site instead of having to travel home to Corvallis each evening. And so that will reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but also allow them to spend more time in the field and collecting the data and be more efficient with their time. Funds will be used to acquire additional water temperature sensors to really be able to understand the variation in temperature across this large-scale site and correlate that data with the remote sensing information that they'll be collecting from flying drones over the site. And then finally, OSU will have additional time to really manage and analyze the spatial data that emerges from these drone flights. And one of the things I'll be doing in this project is linking the metadata and curating the data and storing it long-term in what they call the USDA Research Data Archive and providing a digital object identifier so they'll be able to reference the data sets and make those storable long-term and accessible over time to other researchers that might be interested in using the data set. And that'll be the first time they'll be doing that with this information. And could provide a model for other of our grantees who are collecting this data and trying to figure out how to store this information long-term and make it accessible to others. Finally, the rest of the funding, approximately $10,000, will go to the Watershed Council, the Watershed Alliance, to help manage the project and for indirect services. And this will really help ensure that the reporting and project deliverables are completed on time and within budget. So with that, I'll pause to see if you have any questions.
Bruce.
I've been intrigued with the Stage Zero restoration projects we've been engaged in from the beginning. I'm curious how this monitoring emphasis on this particular project, are we doing the same thing with other Stage Zero? Is this above and beyond what we're doing elsewhere? And if so, why?
Yeah, so there's a variety of Stage Zero restoration projects being implemented across the state, and I'd say that a majority of them are using remote sensing to monitor these sites because they're so large scale and hard to really navigate the site due to the variation in water depths and the amount of large wood. And so I think using remote sensing is a common approach for these sites. Not all of them are doing the intense monitoring of juvenile Chinook salmon and really looking at the use and the survival and growth of them in these areas. And so I'd say that's one of the maybe the more unique components to this project compared to, say, others.
As a follow-up, does that mean we should be expecting these kind of requests from the other Stage Zero projects?
I mean, it really depends on the partner's capacity and interest. And so we, in open solicitation that Courtney did reference, we have seen one project come in for monitoring of Stage Zero restoration that's planned in Elijah Bristow State Park. And it does have a component of some of these things that we're seeing in this project.
And just to build off that a little bit, you know, this was a really unique opportunity when Stage Zero was really kicking off, that both of these grantees came from really collaborative partnerships with a lot of experience working together, and the right partners were kind of together at the right time to kind of do this more intensive monitoring that isn't for everywhere and every partnership and every project in the state. And so these were great opportunities. And so this funding helps us kind of get across the finish line with these two big, large-scale monitoring investments that we've had. And then we're always looking for what is the next thing that we should be spending these quantifying outputs and outcomes funding on. Is it another large-scale Stage Zero monitoring project? Are there other opportunities to do more landscape scale monitoring? So Ken and Audrey and I are always looking at those opportunities and having conversations, been in conversations with Dan about what are some other data gaps for monitoring. So this is just an example of, it was a great opportunity to invest in both at the same time. These folks talk and work collaboratively across watersheds at different parts of the state. So the information is not occurring in a bubble, but it is occurring collaboratively across the partnerships.
Mark? Jamie?
So staff's recommending a $25,000 additional award, excuse me. So Ken, do you anticipate this will be the final request, because this is an additional request? Will this be the last one?
So we anticipate this being the last amendment, if you will, to the existing grant agreement, but the partners are planning additional phases of restoration that are likely to be implemented in 2026 or 2027. And when we came to you guys last year in April, we did envision a third phase of monitoring that would occur in 2028 and 2029 after those subsequent restoration phases are completed. But that would be a new grant agreement and would come out of future biennium budgets.
Okay, thank you.
Jamie and then Lindsay?
Thanks for the presentation. Thanks to our partners. Just to be clear, I support the proposed request and also strongly support Stage Zero projects. So really excited to see this. It's kind of tied into my two colleagues, their questions. I was hearing two issues. One is the Stage Zero that we're learning as we go, and then also, and there may be modifications. There's on this one. There may be from some of the other projects that come in with modifications that may be tied in similar to this. And I also got a sense that because of some of the delays, be it COVID, be it wildfire crises that we're seeing across our state, my question is, do we need to be looking at developing methodology to consider this type of request just so there's consistency? So I don't have a problem with these additional requests coming in. I think it's a really exciting project. I think this is really innovative. You mentioned lessons learned. Is there a process that we can have so that we can look at, review, hand back to you? So as these come through, you can either say they meet that requirement or not.
And this, great question, Jamie, so thank you. And actually, Ken and I discussed this ahead of the meeting. And one of the reasons I talked a little bit about why this quantifying outcomes line item in the spending plan is different than open solicitation, because it is different to come in and say, hey, this project's learned a lot in the last year because of all these issues, and we need to add money to it. It's not something we do very frequently, and it's definitely not something we do through open solicitation grants. But because we have had a long-term investment in this effectiveness monitoring of Stage Zero, and it's an opportunity that we want to continue to collect this data and tell the story, we decided to come to you. I also think it's really important that anything like this were to occur, that we do come to the board and there not be like, oh, if it reaches this threshold, staff could just move forward and add funding to it. I think it's really important to be transparent with our grantees and partners, that the quantifying outcomes is a more collaborative grant item. And when we feel the need to add funding, it's important to come and have this conversation with the board and allow folks to ask questions. Yeah, just follow.
Just to clarify, I agree that a change is appropriate to come to the board. What I'm talking about is kind of the parameters that we can use to consider it, so there's consistency for our partners. So like, we're going to be having a training on land acquisitions so that we're all kind of on the same page and we're open transparency with our partners that, yeah, we may consider this and here's the process you need to go through. That's what I'm referring to.
I think it might be great for it to be on a future grants committee discussion, to have that conversation there. And we've talked about it as executive team, those grants that are different avenues. There's some different avenues for our different grant programs. We have a variety of different grant programs for our grantees to apply to. And I think it would be great for the grants committee to talk about this spending plan line item and have some conversations about where we invest the funds and what are the parameters when we're talking about adjusting grants. Thank you.
Lindsay.
Thank you for the record, Lindsay McCleary. Yeah, I'll be supporting this funding request, but just wanted to make a few comments. I think there's never enough time and money for monitoring, and so I think that it's really important opportunity with this stage 0 type of project to be learning a lot before we continue moving forward, implementing projects such as that. And being a practitioner on the ground, I recognize that costs have increased over the last couple of years. And I just really appreciate this request to make the project whole. And to do it well as it was presented, and you don't know if you don't ask. And so I recognize the depth of the explanation, because it looks like it keeps coming back for more money. And so thank you for those details. But yeah, you don't know if you don't ask, and I really like the concept of making it whole.
I have a list. Thank you. Russ.
Thank you. This is really helpful. I support the concept of this work, and you raise another issue for me that is tied to it, and Ken, you spoke to it in part, and that is the data storage of information and the dissemination and sharing of that information. I'm very familiar with the Institute of Natural Resources and their utilization of data and distribution and dissemination, but I am not clear on what OWEB is doing consistently to make sure that the information gathered on all of our work, is that in fact through a contract with INR, or what is the data management overall, so we can in fact look at best practices and replicate where possible?
It depends on the data set. So for restoration projects that are completed, those are documented in the Oregon Watershed Restoration Inventory, and we do have funding with INR to help support that and make it available on Oregon Explorer. When it comes to monitoring data, it looks different depending on the type of data. So OWEB is not the environmental data expert for Oregon, right? And so when it comes to our grant agreements, specify for water quality data, that data be submitted to DEQ, because DEQ is our state's water quality data manager, if you will. And of course, then that is submitted to EPA and is made available on the internet. And so when it comes to these sort of new data sets like drone imagery, spatial data, geospatial data, there is not a standard approach to that. And everybody is making that data, synthesizing it, making it available different ways. There's the finished product, and then there are the raw data, if you will. And so this project is exploring that with Oregon State University and the research station to really utilize this USDA research data archive, because it's something that is challenging. These data sets are large in size. We're talking about terabytes of data. And so long term, we need a solution, and they've come to us with a proposal. And so it'll be really interesting to see how this works over time. And luckily, we have the partnership with the university, and the research stations have access to some of these options.
Mark.
One or two questions and maybe one or two comments. Do you know who at PNW is providing the in-kind service?
You know, I know it was Steve Wanzel in the past, and I'm not sure if he's going to be working on this component.
Rebecca Flickroff, too.
Yeah. And then there's the gentleman, and I know Jared's here, but his name's escaping me at the moment. Oh, yeah, Jonathan Burnett, that's right.
Okay. So what that raises for me, and I don't know if we can ask this, but I'm a very strong component of monitoring and think it's well worth the investment and that you can't always anticipate the cost and it's sensible to follow up. But I'm really concerned about the quality and the relevance of the monitoring data that comes, and I'm just wondering if we can't have a presentation sometime that talks about that. I know in terms of my public land engagement around forestry, landscape resilience and stuff, the monitoring criteria or the categories have changed significantly over the decades, and I think it would be useful for us to have that conversation.
Thank you. So noted. Dan?
Wow, that was hello.
EPA doesn't have anything to say.
There we go. Trying to cut me off. Good lead-in to what I was going to say about this kind of monitoring data and the quality of it and et cetera, related to the TMDL stuff, right? So we kind of, we have sort of one tool in our TMDL toolbox for addressing temperature impairments, which is plant trees and put more shade on the water. But there is some evidence that these projects, when you reconnect the floodplain with the stream, there are some cooling effects because of the hyphoreic flow. But it's really messy, it's all new, relatively new. We don't even know how to monitor and measure some of this stuff, right? And it's like, even though in the main stream, you're not seeing incredibly, big temperature changes, you may be cutting off the peaks. But in the water itself, you're getting these little micro cold water refugia for the fish. And so I think it's really, really important to kind of continue this level of monitoring so we can better understand this and have better tools to address the temperature problems that we have with our water. This guy knows more about that stuff than I do.
I'm going to call on him next, but thank you, Dan. Brian?
Yeah, so I'll try to hit on a number of issues, including what Bruce a number of you have raised. So, so these are kind of novel treatments. We've realized that we're trying to learn from them, but we're also trying to learn how to learn from them. In other words, how do we actually evaluate these? And so the way we've been approaching this, we being the Forest Service at the regional level, as well as with the National Forest and with all of our partners, including OWEB and then the research station, is to think, broadly across multiple sites and look at metrics that make sense across a diverse range of sites, and that we can collect data consistently using remote sensing data. So we have an effort underway that's looking at different data sets and different metrics and what can they tell us in different places, and in some sites, they're much more useful than others, just given the natural environment. So we're still in that learning mode on that kind of broad kind of programmatic monitoring across sites. So that's underway. I do want to actually back up and remind folks about the work that was done to kind of just synthesize. So Becky Flickroff led an effort, she's from our research station, from PNW Research Station, to basically synthesize the diverse set of monitoring that has occurred across sites, including sites in the Oregon Coast Range, in the West Cascades, the East Cascades, and just be able to kind of tell that story from groundwater response to riparian vegetation response, temperature. So that's been published last year. So then we have this programmatic monitoring effort that I mentioned. And then we have more intensive studies that are underway. South Fork Mackenzie is one of those areas. And we have a new project underway in the Meadow Creek watershed in the Upper Grand Ronde system, working with the research station, working with the Confederated Tribes of Umatilla Indian Reservation, with the Columbia River Fisheries, Intertribal Fisheries Commission, and then Bonneville Power and the Bureau of Reclamation to do a large whole watershed restoration effort built around kind of the first foods concepts of the Umatillas, and then a robust research and monitoring and evaluation program that includes significant components looking at these kinds of treatments, the stage 0 type treatments. So I think we kind of need that combination of extensive monitoring using some consistent methods, but some intensive studies to really learn in a more mechanistic kind of process way so that we can understand how these kinds of treatments behave in different environments. So this is a really important component, but I think it's important that we look across that broader approach to how to evaluate these projects.
Bruce. Thank you, Brian.
Collaboration was mentioned a number of times. In and of itself, it's neither good nor bad. I mean, people can collaborate on bad ideas. People can collaborate on good ideas. The questions that my colleagues have asked and the comments that they've made, in addition to the explanation from staff, have convinced me that this collaboration is a good idea. So I join my colleagues in supporting it, but I just want to remind staff that when featuring collaboration, while it needs the core benefit has to be established, and then as we talk about how many people are collaborating to get that, that adds to rather than stands on its own. Thanks.
Thank you. I have one comment. I really appreciate that OWEB can not be so rigid, that we can be flexible because nature's flexible. And it's good that somebody can come and say, we need a little bit more to do this. So at this time, I would ask for a motion.
Madam Co-Chair, I move the board award $25,000 from the quantifying conservation outputs and outcomes line item in the 2023-2025 spending plan to support the ongoing South Fork Mackenzie River Stage 0 Restoration Effectiveness Monitoring Project, and delegate to the Executive Director the authority to amend the open grant agreement with an award date of July 23rd, 2024.
Second.
Okay, Jamie has made a motion, Mark has seconded it. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying yes. Yes. Any opposed? Good job, motion passes. Thank you.
All right, we are now moving on down to Acquisitions 101, which is Agenda Item J, and I'm going to call Renee, Miriam, and Diane Lloyd up to the table, please.
If you pass today, we'll do 201 next time.
Advanced study.
Staff would request a breather before the 201.
Thank you. All right, good morning, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Renee Davis, Acquisitions and Special Programs Manager. I'm joined by Diane Lloyd, who is an Assistant Attorney General with the Oregon Department of Justice, and also Miriam Forney is on the screen. We can see Miriam. I'm not sure others can. Miriam is our Acquisitions Coordinator. So we'll be walking you through Agenda Item J, the Acquisitions.
Turn up your microphone a little bit more, please.
The Acquisitions 101 agenda item. I want to do a brief time check. I know we are behind. I just want to confirm we will have the full hour for this because I believe we will need it. Yes. Thank you. Of course. All right. So the staff report is on page 20 of your ebook, and as discussed at the April board meeting, We are offering this Acquisitions 101 agenda item for a whole host of reasons. One, the board over, I think, about the last nearly 2 years has had several 101 agenda items. If memory holds, Diane was with you back in, I think, October of 2022, talking about the 101s of different fund sources for the agency. We also have a growing portfolio of acquisitions programs, both land and water. And then we did have questions that emerged at the April board meeting during and following the Paulina Creek Preserve land acquisition deliberation. So no time like the present for an Acquisitions 101. So in terms of flow for the day, we will walk through the PowerPoint presentation in whole. Please write down your questions as we're going. It could be that some of your questions are answered as we move through the presentation, but we hope to protect about 20 minutes at the end for Q&A. Do want to note that I think it was late April, early May, Stephanie had sent out a question to board members asking if there are particular topics or questions that you're interested in having addressed during the 101, please send those. So those will be sprinkled throughout. We've integrated them into our talking points as we're moving through the slides, but certainly there may be other questions that you all have as we move through. So, and a quick note about public comment, you did receive some written comment related to acquisitions broadly, and then multiple public comments both yesterday and today verbally related to land acquisitions. So with that, we'll jump right in. So for grounding for the board in terms of this growing portfolio, so we have had two long-standing acquisitions programs in the form of Measure 76, as we call it, land acquisition, and traditionally Measure 76 water acquisition program. The board has been seeing applications related to those programs for years, for decades. Those programs currently, land acquisition is funded entirely by Measure 76 lottery funds, and we'll talk more about the specifics in terms of expectations with the Measure 76 funding shortly. Water acquisitions historically also were funded with Measure 76 lottery funds. More recently, in 2022, there was a legislative allocation of $10 million to provide some additional other fund resources, still though functioning under that Measure 76 framework for water acquisitions. We do have two other land transaction programs, though. Conveniently, public comment mentioned both of those. So one is the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program. Rules were adopted for that back in 2019. It's a dual benefit program that's really aiming to address economic viability of agricultural operations and balancing that with conservation values that can emerge in a win-win situation. And that dual benefit program, that's a separate legislative allocation that comes to the agency. We've had two slugs of one-time funding for OHP, so separate from Measure 76. We also tomorrow will be presenting the administrative rules for consideration by the board for the Drinking Water Source Protection Program. That came to us, again, separate funding, general fund, and lottery bond funding allocated for that program. The intent of that is a land acquisition program, but specifically focused on helping water suppliers, local communities, to protect the source water areas for their drinking water supply. So not an explicit statement of fish and wildlife habitat benefit. This is around protecting community water supply source areas. So again, separate legislative allocation for that. So in terms of these four different transaction programs, both land and water, each has a different statutory directive, a different set of statutes attached to it, different intentions, and as I just talked about, different funding sources. So we've included the statutory references for the four programs here on this slide and also in the table in your staff report. So the Measure 76 land acquisition and the Measure 76, if you will, plus other fund, water acquisition program, squarely grounded in the core statutes of OWEB that evolved following passage of ballot measures 66 and 76. Diane will talk more about that soon. We do have separate statutes for OHP and separate statutes for drinking water source protection. Interestingly, those sit paired with the Oregon Health Authority's statutes because that program is very much focused on drinking water protection. So it's really important to simply, I think, acknowledge this as we dig into this presentation, to recognize that as we're talking with you through time about these different programs, we will begin to come back to the statutory foundation for Program X is here, Program Y is here, because as our portfolio grows, it can become confusing. And so I think that's a new process for all of us, is just making sure we're grounded in the appropriate statutory direction and associated administrative rules for the program as we're talking through funding decisions. So I think with that, just really quickly, so I framed us up initially with the 4 transaction programs. We now are going to start our narrowing process. We will start focusing in more specifically on measures 66 and 76 that really do support the traditional land acquisition and water acquisition program. Ultimately, we're going to really focus in on just land acquisition, but we'll talk a little bit about the Constitution and statute for Measure 76 broadly before we focus in on land acquisition. So we'll turn it over to Diane now.
Great, thanks, Renee. Good morning, co-chairs McAllister and Boyer, members of the board. As Renee said, I'm Diane Lloyd. I'm with the Oregon Department of Justice. For those of you who I haven't met before, I'm just going to take a quick minute to introduce myself a little bit more and explain how we work at DOJ. So in Oregon, all the state agencies get their legal advice from the Department of Justice. Agencies aren't allowed to have their own in-house counsel. The idea there being that then the agencies get impartial legal advice from a separate agency. So that's how we're set up. Because of that, we have a general counsel division at DOJ that provides kind of the first line of legal advice to the agencies, and that's my role with OWEB. And so I've been at DOJ since 2007, and I've been working with OWEB for about 12 years of that time. My primary job is advising DEQ's water quality program, so I get to talk to board member Webb at the EQC meetings as well. I also advise Doug Yami, but in my time at DOJ, I've advised basically every natural resource agency. I really enjoy working for OWEB because the state law issues are more straightforward than some of what I would deal with for my other agencies. As Renee mentioned, primarily, OWEB is getting its direction from the Constitution. The ballot measures that have been mentioned throughout the day resulted in amendments to the Oregon Constitution that at the most high level direct the board in its activities. We say at DOJ all the time, agencies are creatures of statute and can only do things that statutes direct them to do. But where there's constitutional directives on top of that, that is the primary governing authority. So much of my time as a lawyer for state agencies is spent answering questions about whether an agency can do something that they want to do. And so I'm always looking at those organic statutes and, in OWEB's case, the Constitution, to determine whether that authority exists. Also at DOJ, we have real property transactions lawyers who help OWEB from time to time, particularly in the acquisitions program. And then we have folks who specialize in tax and finance, public administration finance. We also rely on those attorneys at times, but I'm kind of the primary attorney that answers day-to-day questions from the agency. The risks of taking action inconsistent with agency and authority include litigation in the worst case. If an agency does something that someone does not think it has the authority to do, they can risk being sued. Additionally, though, there's the concern that there would be backlash from the legislature, or just in the case of an agency where they're implementing a program that's been enacted by the voters, there'd be a concern that the public would lose faith in the agency's ability to do what the voters contemplated when they enacted that ballot measure. And so that's one thing that we think about when we're looking at those constitutional provisions. Renee, do you want to do the first step of
I think this was you, so apologies, because I think what happened is I actually deviated from our well-orchestrated topic.
I'm happy to move to the,
Yes.
yeah, so as described, the Constitution was amended by ballot measure 66, later slightly adjusted by ballot measure 76. So the language did change a little bit in the context of each of those measures. But the way that it's structured is 4B1 talks about some overarching goals for the funding source. The relevant one here being securing long-term protection for lands and waters that provide significant habitats for native fish and wildlife. That's among 5 kind of overarching categories that direct the agency's work. Then secondarily, we have the more direct explanations for the types of projects that may be carried out in the second section of Section 4B of the Constitution. And that provides additional direction that we look to. And so the relevant language for the acquisition program is acquiring from willing owners interests in land or water that will protect or restore native fish or wildlife habitats, which interests may include, but are not limited to, fee interests, conservation easements, or leases. Also, I think while we're on this section, another aspect of this that's important to look at is that section D, which refers to carrying out resource assessment, planning, design, engineering, technical assistance, monitoring, and outreach activities necessary for projects funded under paragraphs A through C. This is where a lot of our questions about potential for funding come into play. We're most of our time analyzing OWEB's authority to do certain things comes under that subsection, because that's where we get into just broader categories of things. For acquisitions, it's typically more straightforward in that, you know, if we're considering a project that meets those certain goals and it is acquiring one of those interests, it's typically included in that. But so just for other things that OWEB considers, I think awareness of that subsection D is helpful. And so then when we have a ballot measure that directs a state program, often the legislature will provide further direction to an agency in how to implement that program. The legislature can only do that in ways that are consistent also with those constitutional provisions. And so in the case of ORS Chapter 541, which is the chapter where the agency is directed more specifically in how to implement that program, we have a number of constitutional provisions that just essentially parrot the constitutional provisions. So that first one provides just a reiteration of that purpose of securing long-term protection for lands and waters that provide significant habitats for native fish and wildlife. The legislature then can also provide kind of fill-in gaps for where it thinks the agency would need additional direction. The legislature is also responsible for providing the agency with rulemaking authority to implement that, where the agency or the board of the agency, where it's the board or commission that has the rulemaking authority, enacts rules that further implement the program. All of those rules must be, directly sourced in that authority. And so when we consider whether a state agency has the rulemaking authority to do something, we consider whether there's the express or implied intent in the directive, the rulemaking directive from the legislature to fill in a gap. But then primarily we consider whether the rules are consistent, with that authority. And so in that case, we also are looking back to the constitutional provisions. The definition of rule in administrative law in Oregon is really broad. It's, really any statement of general applicability or policy that generally affects the interests of the public. And so in implementing the program, there is the directive that
the agency kind of fill in those gaps and make it really clear to the public, to your stakeholders, what the playing field is for their applications. That's incredibly important, and making sure that there's not an arbitrary or concern that that there's a gap that's being filled in a way that's not consistent with those authorities. Oh, and could you go back one really quick? There is a handy pyramid on this slide that kind of describes the layers of authorities that can apply. So obviously for certain OWEB programs, you're also implementing federal programs. And so there we be looking at that federal law or any sort of, in some instances, overarching federal law. Then we have the Oregon Constitution, the statutes implementing the program, then your rules. Sometimes then we'll have agency policy or procedures that are directives to staff. And then finally, we would look at the terms or conditions of an individual grant agreement. All of those should be consistent with those other authorities flowing above them.
So in terms of role of the board, I think Diane will take most of this, but questions did come up in April. What is the role of the board? Are we a rubber stamp entity? What is the decision space for the board? So with some of the grounding in constitutional language, statute, wanted to spend a bit of time on that, and knowing that we'll have some questions continue to be sprinkled throughout that are more specific related to board decision space. So do you want to talk about a bit about this, Diane?
Sure. Thank you. So the other aspect of so we've already been covering on some level, I talked about rulemaking and the role of the board. And so primarily that is how the board expresses the way that it wants the programs implemented, consistent with those authorities. And so, within the categories that you're working on, and in this case, acquisitions, the board has lined out in its acquisitions rules all of the application requirements, anything that's generally applicable to the public that applies in the program. That should be there. Then when that is implemented by staff, the board has a role of reviewing those recommendations by staff that are a product of that implementation program consistent with the rules. And so the board in that role, and I'm sure you all have seen this happen in your work with the board, sets priorities for the types of projects within those categories that you're seeking to address. So the native fish and wildlife habitats, and can set, other requirements that it thinks are necessary to implement that consistent with the directives of the public. So really trying to ensure that the public funds are being spent with both the intent of the voters, but also in a way that's rigorous, such that the public long-term has assurance that those benefits will be provided long-term. And so when you review the rules, you can see that evidenced there. Additionally, the board, so in reviewing projects that come before the board, one step of the board's consideration should be whether it views, in analyzing those recommendations, it appears that staff have followed those rules. If there's any question about that sort of thing, that's something that can be raised in the context of your consideration of a project. Given all of the checks that are in OWEB's process that have been built up over time, that should be unlikely, right? I mean, you have staff that have been implementing these programs for many years. You have acquisition rules that have evolved over time. You've been implementing this program that has involved a significant investment of public funds over time, and so that has evolved. I've seen it evolve to provide additional checks and balances over time. So that should be rare, but that is primarily the type of review that the board should engage in. If throughout a review of the project, the board determines that it seems that there is something in the process that's missing that would value add in consideration of projects going forward, and that it would like to implement that is consistent with those statutory and constitutional authorities, then that should be noted and provided to staff. You know, most of the agencies I work with, I always tell them they should have a, running document where they're keeping track of rule changes that they think would be helpful, or ideas for the next rulemaking, that the next time that they want to open a rule division to try to amend those rules. That will happen through a public process, but as staff or a board implementing a program, just keeping an ongoing check of those types of things so that the next time the project's opened, that you can have a head start based on implementation. That's really helpful. So that's one thing that I think the board should certainly always be considering in its review as well. If it seems like there's an aspect of the process that's missing, that would be something that the board could be involved in. And as Renee mentioned in the beginning, I think it is really important as OWEB is getting into implementing programs beyond Measure 76. OWEB has shown itself to be very good at handing out state funds and ensuring that those funds are used consistent with those directives. And because of that, OWEB is being tasked with implementing a broader source of programs. That makes your job more complicated because you have to be aware of the organic authorities for each of those programs. And in the context of Measure 76, the constitutional directive, it's extremely important, to kind of segment in your brain which funding source you're dealing with at a given time, because that really is changing the lens that you're looking at. That should also be implemented in your rules, but just kind of going back to that on a regular basis, and further explaining kind of my role at this. So there is a state statute that requires that the Department of Justice review projects for legal sufficiency, any state contract over a certain dollar amount. And so here it's $250,000. So any project that's spending more than $250,000 comes to DOJ for review. The DOJ review also includes going back to look at the Constitution and the statute to ensure that there is agency authority to complete the contract. That's one of the most basic elements of the state review. But so I am also always taking out that document. So it's reasonable for you all to have copies of those statutes and to be referring to them and thinking about that broader direction on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you for that, Diane. So we wanted to make sure we had some of the constitutional grounding, talking about the statutory foundations for the Measure 76 programs. So let's now connect over from Measure 76 to OWEB land and water acquisition. So the intent with OWEB land acquisitions is that it provides grants to help permanently protect land with the intent of addressing conservation and restoration needs for native fish and wildlife species and their habitats. So direct line back to the constitutional language. We will not spend much time on water acquisitions today, but you will have a water acquisitions agenda item before you tomorrow. So it is important to mention same connection in terms of that constitutional and statutory foundation for the water acquisition program. So the intention is that we provide grants to help protect water in stream via a number of different possible mechanisms. And those grants are intending to get at stream flow restoration and water quality needs for native aquatic species. So again, direct line back back to the constitutional language. We have these tools in the toolbox, and one of the public commenters mentioned today, it is important to have different tools in the toolbox: restoration, both land and water acquisition, technical assistance, engagement grants, given the long time horizon that can be needed to get a project from just a concept in someone's mind to a successful on-the-ground implementation, and the subsequent monitoring that's needed to ensure that it's delivering on the product. But making sure that we do have permanent protection in the toolbox is one of the pieces that was envisioned initially with the ballot measures. So now we will transition to land acquisition specifically. So thank you for your patience with that lead in. So in terms of today's topics, we'll be kind of tag teaming. Miriam will pop in here. You can see here on the screen the topics we're intending to cover: a little bit of background and program history, some information about the board adopted principles and priorities for land acquisition, going in a little bit more specifically to the administrative rules with a particular focus on the evaluation criteria, solicitation review, post-award due diligence processes, ongoing areas of work, and future work. So one piece that it's important to note, and you heard it today in a few public comments, there have been a whole host of questions related to acquisitions, and specifically land acquisitions, that have come up through time. We will not address all of those topics today. They have come up over the course of many years. We want to make sure the board is grounded in this 101, and then I'll talk a bit in some of the later slides about ideas for how to create space for some of those deeper conversations on a range of topics, but just wanted to say we will not solve all topics and problems today. So in terms of program background, so again, we are a grantor. We do not own land. We provide grants for local partners to protect land either via fee simple transactions or via conservation easements. So we do have a list of eligible holders that are listed out in statute. For example, tribes, nonprofit land conservation organizations and trusts, public universities. It actually lists state, local, and federal agencies also. We do have eligible grant applicants defined in OWEB administrative rules. So the one flag and difference I would note in particular between eligible holders and eligible grant applicants for land acquisition, we do not fund state and federal agencies, as you all know from your long history of looking at grant applications for the program. So land acquisition grants can occur via an open solicitation offering, like the mechanism by which Paulina Creek Preserve came in, or via the focused investment partnerships. Again, having that as a tool in the toolbox for the FIPS is quite important. Same is true for water acquisitions. Can happen via open solicitation or via FIPS. And the land acquisition program does allow folks to essentially come in and request pre-purchase funding, or in the case of what we saw in April, and it's not uncommon to see post-purchase reimbursement requests. And that was an adjustment made some time ago, several years ago, as part of the continuous improvement process for the program, recognizing that our grant deliberation processes do not always align well with the speed of real estate transactions. So creating some space for folks to come in and knowing they have to meet all of the same bars, regardless of if it's pre-purchase or a reimbursement request. In terms of how these projects happen, not unlike a restoration grant. As an example, local partners work to determine what specific needs are in their particular area of work and function, their service area, connect that up to expectations for the funding source that OWEB provides as an example, connecting it to the Oregon Conservation Strategy, other restoration or conservation plans or priorities, and they develop a project that they then bring to OWEB for consideration, for funding consideration. One piece that I would note we do in our grants, and Diane will talk a little bit more about this in a later slide, to ensure that conservation values are met, given the intention of the Measure 76 funding. For fee simple projects, OWEB does hold a conservation easement on those to ensure those conservation values are delivered. If we provide funding for a conservation easement project, we hold a third-party right of enforcement. So that is an additional assurance that the agency has to be able to have the funding deliver the anticipated conservation values. Some quick statistics and history. I'm actually not going to walk through the timeline on the right hand of the slide. I'll hit on a few high points, but we're at over 25 years of investment in land acquisitions. Nearly 90,000 acres have been protected, around $58 million that we've invested, leveraging nearly $100 million in matching funds. You can see the statistics in terms of the number of fee simple projects, 77 with 90 properties and 21 conservation easements. And I want to underscore, these are perpetual investments. So we do periodic portfolio monitoring to check the status of easement compliance, as an example. So we typically have been doing that on around a 5-year cycle. You might mention or remember mention of a policy option package that would provide some stewardship staff that would be able to do that without the use of contractors. So an important part of a perpetual investment. In terms of high points, I would say starting from the 2004 adoption of the board's land acquisition principles and ecological priorities to just this last fall in 2023, we reorganized the agency structure to specifically have a section where acquisitions is called out, given the growing portfolio within the agency. And I think with that, Miriam, I'll turn it over to you to talk about the board-adopted principles.
Good morning. The board-adopted land acquisition principles are an important consideration for the program. The 7 principles are consistent with widely accepted resource conservation concepts, and they include protecting large intact areas, stabilizing areas on the brink of tipping to an unrecoverable or very difficult to recover state, securing areas undergoing transition from undeveloped to developed conditions, restoring function where necessary to reestablish critical ecological processes, protecting sites with exceptional biodiversity values, improving connectivity to areas already managed to protect watershed resources, and complementing existing ecological networks.
And I think, Diane, we're kicking the rule discussion to you.
Great. So, as you all are aware, OWEB has a number of rule divisions. You have your kind of overarching grant rules, and then typically a specific rule division addressing each program where you line out the application process, how grant funds can be used, things like direction on matching contributions. Importantly, the application evaluation process, where there you line out what will be considered in making funding decisions based on applications received. Generally, there's also in public involvement stage that's described in the rule, and some further guidance about how the grant will be implemented, access requirements, limitations on subsequent conveyance. Some of these, like that rule in particular, has specific statutory directives that are implemented through the rule. And so when state agencies do rulemaking and they file rules with the Secretary of State's office, they're required for each rule to explain the authority for that rule. And so when you look at your rules on the Secretary of State's website, you can see at the bottom of each rule what OWEB has cited, what was cited in the public process for the authority there. And so sometimes when there's a direct statutory requirement that's being implemented, that can be a really easy way for you to also take a look back by referencing that at the statute that's being implemented. because of the need for flexibility, a lot of the OWEB rules also include the ability for the director to, in certain instances, waive certain rules. If that's done, that has to be documented in the file and explained. That would also be explained in providing the recommendation to the board for funding. Anything else on that you want to? Here, this slide lines out exactly what the evaluation criteria are that are lined out in Division 45. And so it says that OWEB shall evaluate grant applications for these things. And this is something, that all of the applicants would have been on notice of when they filed their application. This is kind of the playing field for them. And so they should be considering when they submit those applications, which ones of these it does, or what how this would be considered. So, and these are kind of implemented through also the application materials. So here, you're looking at the consistency of the project with the board's established priorities and principles for conservation. Was what we looked at earlier. Significance of projected ecological outcomes. That's something where, technical staff and then also committees, but also technical advisors of the applicant organizations themselves should have weighed in on that, and the board would have that in front of them. The capacity of the applicant, that's important for ensuring to the voters, the Oregonians over time, that this will be implemented the way that the applicant says it's going to be implemented. And then the soundness of the transaction. So this is very important in the acquisition context, that there's a good transaction happening, that there aren't risks to the state, unforeseen risks to the state in funding the acquisition, community impacts or benefits resulting from the project, any other factors the board determines it's relevant. This is important because it provides the board with some flexibility. It also, as we've talked about, any of those factors would have to be consistent with the directives in the Constitution and statute. The board can't just decide, that it wants to provide recreational opportunities for rock climbing or something. You can't just come up with something that's not consistent with that. But that rule does provide for there to be flexibility within that overarching framework.
And I think related to this slide overall, there were questions that I think all of you as board members were posing. Did we create a new criterion in April? So that's part of why we wanted to walk through this, and we'll get at some of the more specific questions we received about this from board members when we're on the crosswalk slide from the evaluation criteria to the actual application review process. We'll get to that shortly. So Miriam, would you walk us through the overall solicitation and review process?
Sure. So OWEB's mantra is that a grant is a grant, and it means that we have consistent processes across grant types, but with unique components where necessary. The land acquisition grant application and program materials are made available on OWEB's website at the beginning of each grant cycle. Pre-application consultations are attended by a team of OWEB staff and the applicant during the application period. Consultations are a good opportunity for applicants to get advice on successfully competing for grant funds and an understanding of what to expect if funds are awarded. All applicants must complete pre-application consultations with OWEB regardless of whether they are seeking proactive funding or funding as a reimbursement of a prior purchase. Land acquisition grant applications are submitted through OWEB's online application system. Want to advance the slide, Renee? So this slide is intended to show just that there's a multi-part application review process that follows evaluation criteria and rule. Next, Renee. The application review includes a public involvement process. It's not an evaluation criterion, but rather a section within the administrative rules for the program to ensure that, quote, the public is provided meaningful opportunities to comment on grant applications being considered by the board, unquote. The public involvement process includes multiple notification steps by OWEB. The steps include initial notice of all applications, which is sent via email to the county, to the city, if applicable, and tribes, and via the GovDelivery email subscription service. Then a notice of public hearing and opportunities to comment is provided for applications proposing the purchase of a fee simple interest in land. The notice is provided via email or regular mail, GovDelivery, and newspaper. Recipients of the notice are tribes, the county, city if applicable, other affected governmental agencies, the applicable watershed council and SWCD, neighbors, project supporters and partners, and any entities known to have concerns. If the application proposes the purchase of a conservation easement, a notice of opportunities to comment is provided. The notice is provided by way of email, GovDelivery, and newspaper. Applicants are encouraged but not required to provide OWEB with contact information for neighbors, project supporters and partners, and entities known to have concerns. Otherwise, notices are sent to the same parties as those for fee simple projects. Notice of public hearings is posted on OWEB's website. And then lastly, a notice of the staff report is provided to tribes. The public hearing held by OWEB is completed in compliance with statute when the agency will hold a conservation easement on land purchased in fee simple by the applicant. The hearing isn't the responsibility of the applicant. The public involvement process also includes the opportunity for the public to submit written and oral comments to the board at its decisional meetings. The steps I've described are above and beyond any outreach completed by the applicant. The intent of public comment is to understand community considerations that could inform funding decisions. Public involvement is not an evaluation criterion, and the agency does not decline to award funding for a project solely based on public comment. Application evaluations are released to applicants approximately 1 month before the board's decisional meeting. If an application will be recommended for funding, the applicant also receives a copy of the project funding conditions and OWEB's DOJ-approved template grant agreement. Applicants are allowed time to discuss the evaluations and funding conditions with OWEB staff. Evaluations and the grant agreement boilerplate are final and don't change. However, OWEB staff will consider funding condition revisions for clarifications or minor adjustments for technical matters.
Okay, so I will take the next few slides, and on the next slide, we'll start to sprinkle in some of the board member questions. So I'm jumping us back to the application review step. So you see the 4 components, the review components that are outlined in administrative rule, and I want to just outline in the process, and I want to crosswalk that back to the administrative rule so you understand how we get at each of these issues. You'll see the evaluation criteria from rule on the left of the slide, and then the process step that we go through as part of our review process. And as you all know, OWEB well documents its review processes. So in terms of the first 2 evaluation criteria, consistency with board priorities and conservation plans, these are abbreviated in terms of the language on these, and the significance of the projected ecological outcomes. Those are tackled in the ecological outcomes review. We convene subject matter experts to review applications, not unlike we do, for example, with a restoration application. I would flag here, and we'll have, I think, 3 or 4 on this slide. I'm going to go ahead and share some of the questions that we received from board members, and Diane, you can chime in with some of your feedback on this. So the first question that we received from a board member is, do the board's established priorities and principles deem that working land such as farm, ranch, or forestry should remain as such? That was a question that we received at Stephanie's request. So Diane, feedback on that?
Sure. So I can answer that, but most of you probably can too by looking at the directives in the Constitution and statute. But that's not one of the elements of the Measure 76 goals. OWEB has a second program now, the Ag Heritage Program that is more directly focused on ag lands, but that, no, primarily the 76 goals are focused on wildlife, habitat, water quality, those types of things.
Okay, thanks. So the third criterion is focused on capacity of applicant. We have a focus section within the review process that looks at organizational capacity, so looking at things like track record with stewardship, how have they performed when they've actually applied for funding from OWEB in the past, recognizing that if we have a new organization coming in, we have to be mindful of creating space for that, but really trying to understand their organizational capacity, not only to close the transaction, but then to be able to steward that through time. The fourth criterion is focused on the soundness of the legal and financial terms of the proposed project. So that is the project soundness review. Not unlike with the ecological outcomes, we lean on expertise, subject matter expertise. So we have due diligence contractors that support the acquisitions programs for the agency. So coordination with them on project soundness review, also coordination with Department of Justice. Diane mentioned earlier, we have real property attorneys at DOJ. So that is the composite project soundness review. And then the community impacts or benefits resulting from the projects, that is focused in the impacts and benefits review process. And that is based on information that we receive in the application about what are the potential positives, what are the potential challenges or concerns per the application information. Miriam mentioned this, the parallel public involvement process, extensive public involvement process that the agency goes through that can help to inform, but there is not a specific criterion related to that. And then any other factors associated or as deemed relevant by the board. And we did have some questions from board members about that. So Diane, I'll read those off. So the first question was, is relevancy determined by the board as a whole or individual board members?
Right. So as I described earlier, I think, individual board members can certainly bring up issues based on their unique expertise that they think are relevant in order. Obviously, as I also described prior, those to be considered have to be relevant to the constitutional and statutory directives. So it has to be within the framework of that. And then in terms of voting, obviously people are bringing their own kind of subjective analysis to that within that framework that we've described. If a board member thinks that there's a factor that is relevant and should be implemented more broadly, that should be considered through rulemaking, as I also described earlier, that would be the way that then that could become formally part of the process, and all of the stakeholders would be aware of it prior to submitting an application.
Another question we've received was, in order to ascertain a factor's relevance, is it not necessary for a board member or members to voice that factor so that the board as a whole can determine its relevance? And then there were some follow-up questions related to that. If so, how many votes, majority rule question mark, are required to determine relevance, regardless of agreement with funding or not funding, based on its relevance?
So there again, certainly if, based on the application review, a board member thinks that there is something that should be considered that's consistent with the statutory and constitutional authority, that can be raised. To the extent that that board member thinks that it is really relevant, it would be more helpful if it was voiced and considered by the board as a whole. But in order to have that consistency of implementation of the program, and in order for there to be that kind of fair playing field for the stakeholders, as I described prior, that should be pretty rare, that something comes up that hasn't already been thought of that would be relevant to a project. I think that's a placeholder to ensure that there is flexibility in really unique circumstances, but in large part, the factors governing the program should be developed by rulemaking, and then that assures that consistent implementation of the program going forward.
And then a final question related to this. If a relevant factor is not expressed, could this unvoiced factor be used to halt funding based on personal preference or become a silent or de facto criterion?
So it shouldn't. That really shouldn't occur. And, I think for the board to actually deliberate and for the board members to be representative of the interests that they're representing on the board, there should be, free and open dialogue, but that should be consistent with the directives for the given program. And as described, there are, now these new funding sources where there's directives from the legislature to consider these different things. That takes different expertise, and as also described, it will take time to develop the program to implement those the best way that the state can. And so there's the potential that, with a brand new program in the context of funding decision, that someone will think of something that is within the authorities that should be considered. That could be discussed, but that would need to be voiced to be discussed. And then going forward, that should be something that you put on your list to consider in the next round of rulemaking so that everyone can be aware of that at the outset.
Thanks, Diane. Okay, Miriam, I think we go back to you for this, and then I do think there are a few other board member questions on this one. But do you want to do the overview?
Sure, thanks. Staff provide the board with project-specific funding conditions for applications that are recommended for funding. Funding conditions are drafted by staff with assistance from DOJ, and they are reviewed by the applicant prior to the board meeting. The conditions address concerns and questions noted during the application evaluation process. So grantees are required to meet initial project-specific funding conditions before OWEB reviews materials submitted for secondary project-specific funding conditions. Initial funding conditions address foundational matters that need to be resolved to ensure a reasonable chance of project success before OWEB invests significant resources in the review of other due diligence materials. So, for example, before OWEB incurs the cost of reviewing an appraisal, a grantee may be required to confirm their ability to extend their purchase loan until OWEB's funds are released as a reimbursement. Secondary funding conditions manage risk associated with transactions as it would impact the board's investment. So it's important to note that risk sharing was a deliberate decision as part of staff conversations with the 2019 Rules Advisory Committee. Specifically, we recognize that with the rule changes allowing payments before closing, we may end up paying and actually have for due diligence costs for a transaction that does not occur. Accordingly, we approach funding conditions in a stepwise manner, in other words, initial and secondary conditions to manage the risk we're assuming. With all OWEB grant agreements, the land acquisition grant agreement is a legal document that describes the requirements of the funding, including addressing initial and secondary funding conditions. Diane, with that, I'll turn it over to you for questions from the board members.
I just want to note on that point, Miriam, before we move on, that as you described, so staff with their contractors take this initial review of the projects, develop these initial funding conditions. Those come to DOJ. We also analyze the projects and consider whether those are sufficient conditions. And so that also, as described, involves our real estate experts. This is something we really like doing at DOJ because a lot of my day is not spent looking at, win-win projects that the state's funding. And when these come over, we also kind of take it as a challenge to try to find something that OWEB didn't find because the process is so developed and staff do such a good job of developing those initial conditions and considering the projects along with the other processes. And so I would just say we're consistently really impressed with the review that happens prior to even seeing the projects at DOJ, just to put in that plug for the program.
Thanks, Diane. We did have 4 questions from board members. that we inserted here. So the first is withholding the recommended funding for an eligible applicant for any purpose or function other than the reasons of funding availability, violate or otherwise subvert OWEB's grant-making process and board authority.
So the decision to fund is the board's decision. There's greater legal risk to this agency in funding things that you don't have authority to fund than not funding things. So I've just put that out there. It's much more concerning to me to see something where, we've moved down the line and it's something that we don't actually think the agency can fund. That's where the actual legal risk comes in. I think the risk to the board in not funding something that meets all of the criteria and has gone through that whole staff analysis and recommendation, all of that stakeholder engagement, is that it can raise questions among the public of what the criteria really is. Is this an arbitrary process? Is the board implementing the constitutional directive that it was given? So I think, that's a public perception thing. OWEB has had the success it's had over the years, in part because of that widespread public buy-in. That's why OWEB's been successful, in part in getting additional funding from the legislature over time. Ballot measure getting enshrined in the Constitution, at that second step of between Measure 66 and Measure 76 is evidence of that. And so I think that's the main risk there is a loss of faith in the public and concern that there's an arbitrary funding decisions going on. There could be some legal risk with that. People structure legal claims and file lawsuits all the time that I don't think have much basis in law, so it's not saying that there wouldn't be some risk there. But it's primarily that loss of public faith or potential from other stakeholders. I think that would be relevant there. We want to be sure that people are working under a consistent playing field and have a good understanding based on following OWEB's rules of what will be funded.
Next question, while the OWEB board's approval of acquisition funding by nature affects the land use of a property, what is the Department of Justice's position, which Diane may not be able to take a position on, regarding the OWEB's board's attempting to manipulate land use of a property through non-funding when the application has been recommended for funding and funds are available?
Yeah, so thanks for that disclaimer, Renee, that this is not a DOJ opinion, so I have spent a lot of time in my career working on land use issues in Oregon. We have, a robust land use system. Part of the way that works is for a state agency to take an agency action that can only be done consistent with the statewide land use planning goals that are typically implemented through an acknowledged comprehensive plan. So that includes OWEB funding decisions. So OWEB funding decisions, have to be consistent with local land use and sometimes that can require a process that the applicant would go through. I don't know how common that is, but there should be assurance of that. In terms of manipulating or putting a layer, I guess, of conservation on something that is zoned to allow for other uses, the zoning would inherently also, allow the use that's being proposed. And, I think overall, the state has a good reputation for protecting farm and forest land more broadly. Anything that is protected for conservation, is in general viewed as consistent with that as well. But so if that didn't fully answer the question, ask it again during the question time and I can talk about it more broadly.
And then the final question, do these issues present potential problems with water acquisition grants?
And is that understood to be in the context of land use? Oh, land, yeah. So, we analyze, in terms of the acquisition grants, we are primarily analyzing that, number one, that the applicant has the rights, or that, that the proposed acquisition is, that we're buying something, that we're buying what they say that they're, conveying. And then to the extent that they are conserved, we follow the process in state law to do that, however that may be. So I would just say and that's done full in a way that's fully consistent with water law more broadly, but also our state statutes for in-stream conservation, that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you, Diane. All right, we will move through these next few quickly because we understand that you may have questions and we have lunch. So, Miriam, do you want to talk about post-award due diligence, please?
Sure. After the board's decisional meeting, there's an 18-month period in which grantees work with OWEB staff to complete due diligence. Grantees submit necessary property information, which includes things like appraisals, title reports, title analyses, environmental site assessments, surveys, water rights information, and so on. Grantees address due diligence issues that were flagged by OWEB during evaluation of the applications and that were addressed in funding conditions, and they address any issues that arise, new information that may pop up during the due diligence period. Diane, I'll turn it over to you.
On this point, just wanted to mention the conservation easements as a tool. There's also a statute that requires title restrictions, certain aspects of title restrictions that are used when OWEB purchases land or funds the purchase of land. Conservation easements are important because common law disfavors long-term restrictions in land. And so if you want assurance that property is going to be conserved long-term, there's fundamentally one way to do it, and that's through a conservation easement. The state law was amended to allow for those restrictions to survive transfer of the property if certain requirements are met. And so conservation easements are the tool that's used. The land trust community understands this. I'm sure most of you all understand this. But the reason being that anything else, like a deed restriction or just some other kind of general tool developed, equitable servitude, that sort of thing, doesn't necessarily meet those requirements, and correspondingly, there would be questions long-term when the property changes hands about whether those restrictions had transferred with that transfer. And because of that, conservation easement, when the purpose of the land is to be conserved long-term, and often cases in perpetuity, conservation easements are generally the advised tool to use, and so that's part of why OWEB uses them.
Thanks, Diane. To wrap up this slide, overall, due diligence mitigates risk by confirming that the project aligns with the purpose of Measure 76 funding and that it can reasonably be expected to maintain such alignment in perpetuity. All due diligence requirements in the grant agreement have to be met before funds are released. After closing transactions, grantees complete a management plan, which is required 18 months after closing, and then a project progress report, which is required 5 years after the management plan. As Renee mentioned earlier, OWEB periodically completes programmatic portfolio monitoring to determine whether conservation easements are in compliance and anticipated project outcomes are being achieved.
Okay, and with that, we are at wrap up. So a few process refinements that we would love as staff to talk with you all as board members about through time. So certainly this program involves complex transactions that are very long-term commitments, perpetual investments. In fact, having extensive board engagement on these is very valuable. I think we learned a lot from April, and so from our perspective, from a staff perspective, we are hoping to be able to revisit committee structure and determine, is there some ability to utilize our board committees to ensure we have space for some advanced discussions, not pre-vetting per se, but to be able to daylight if there are particular questions of concerns that we could come to the board more prepared with before you're deliberating on a project. Certainly, if any of you as board members have questions that come up, feel free to please reach out to staff and let us know. We're happy to do some legwork in advance of board meetings to make sure that we are prepared with responses to questions that we're able to answer without introducing new information, because we do want to make sure we have a level playing field for applicants. And then another piece, which I mentioned earlier, is as we're kicking off presentations to the board about the different transaction programs that we now have in our portfolio, we'll probably spend just a minute or two making sure we're grounded in which statutory authorities are we talking about, because you may see some differences in terms of how those programs function, the expectations for applicants and grantees, so we'll want to just make sure that collective understanding is there. And then going to the areas of ongoing and future work, so certainly OWEB adores continuous improvement. We are continuously trying to make things better by learnings from annual grant cycles and due diligence and portfolio monitoring. I do, though, want to again state, I know that questions have come up through time from board members, from local partners, from grantees on a host of topics. I added a few to this particular slide: historical and current trends related to program demand, balancing recreation and conservation values, tribal engagement and sovereignty considerations, and just overall grant-making considerations. So again, wanting to talk with all of you about how might we utilize a committee structure to be able to have some space to dig into these issues through time in a way that we can sit and talk through them, I think, in a meaningful fashion. And then the importance of ongoing communication with land acquisition, applicants, grantees, with Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts, other partners. So I appreciate the great comment that we had this morning, written comment that we received too. So definitely, I think, leaning in on communication on that front also. So with that, I would ask for a time check probably from the co-chairs and our executive director about how you want to handle things from here forward, since I know we're at time. Thanks. Oh, and one final thank you to Linda for making very dense content very approachable in the PowerPoint. Thank you.
So we're, okay, sorry. Because we have public comment once.
Board members, they're trying to find space to feed you.
Yes.
So just give us a moment.
And I was being dense, yes.
It's cold, so I just want to make sure there's no rattlesnakes involved.
I thought that was part of lunch.
It's good eating.
So I am not aware of there being an example of that in Oregon.
Bruce asked a question.
Yeah, we didn't hear, can you, I didn't hear anything you just asked.
Hold on 1 second.
Bruce.
I asked the question, has a conservation easement ever been overturned in Oregon?
Okay, good question.
Thank you. So I'm not aware of an example of that in Oregon. That's an area of law, though, that's been evolving, as more and more acres are have conservation easements on them, and as development pressures increase, pressures from climate change, that sort of thing come into play, there will be continued challenges. We've had instances of, I guess, there was a legal claim that there was like an easement by way of necessity on one property that we looked at, but we're able to defend that successfully. But more likely pressures to amend easements to adjust for changed circumstances as opposed to actually getting them terminated through legal challenge. But I used to do kind of surveys on that on a regular basis, and I have just of the case law doing a Westlaw search, and I haven't done it lately, and should probably see what's going on nationwide. It's definitely an area of personal interest. Prior to going to law school, I worked for a land trust for 3 years doing kind of on-the-ground salmon habitat restoration, so I've been interested in conservation easements for a really long time.
Okay, so I want to take a poll. How many board members have questions? 1, 2, 3. So we're going to work through lunch. So I would say everybody go grab your lunch, come back to the table, and then Yeah, we'll take 10 minutes and come back, and then we're going to do questions. We're doing a working lunch. Thanks.
Something really quickly. So when
Is that what it is?
Oh, yeah. Sure. Okay. I'm gonna.
I'm not certified any longer.
30-member board of the Nature Conservancy.
All right, we're at 12:45. If you could all find your way to the seats, please. All right, so Kelly, you were the first one who had a question, so I think I'm gonna start with you with a full mouth. You're just helping me get the ball rolling, Kelly. Thank you. Taking one for the team.
Sorry, there's probably salad in my teeth. So I just had great presentation, by the way, thank you. I know that's a lot of dense information to try to distill and walk us through, so thank you very much for that. It's very educational. My question is, when does DOJ review the projects that are over $250,000? And I'm asking as part of the process, is it after staff review, before recommendation to the board? Just when does that DOJ review happen?
Thanks, Board Member Coates. Do you mean that specifically in the context of acquisitions?
Yes.
Because there it's a little bit, it's more extensive. So there is a project soundness review by DOJ that happens prior to board funding to analyze those proposed conditions. But then DOJ would take another look at it post-funding, basically at the signature time, where we analyze it for legal sufficiency.
Okay, so it's pre-board approval and then again, post-board approval at the time of signature. So it's actually kind of two DOJ.
It is in the context of acquisitions because of so when the state's involved in an acquisitions of an interest in land, there's kind of a higher level of state review or the requirement for additional review, that it doesn't happen that way with other grant agreements, but with acquisitions, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Kelly, one piece I would add is the pre-board decision really is focused on that project soundness consideration. DOJ is not doing ecological review or organizational capacity, so it's focused on the terms of that proposed transaction.
Thank you.
So I'm going to call on Jamie next, and then I'm going to say who's on deck so you don't have a mouthful. On deck is Bruce. I thought you had one, you didn't? Okay. So Jamie and then Russ.
Thank you. This is actually probably more of a Renee question in terms of a long look at our conservation easements. Does OWEB rely solely on third-party review to maintain our easements? Or is there any review we do of our staff and team to make sure the easements that we have are maintained over time?
So JB, I want to make sure I understand your question. Meaning if an audit function essentially of our processes?
If a management plan is not maintained, or if a funded organization, partner agency may lose resources or go under.
So we do have the management plan process that we go through an approval on. Certainly if a change, an update is requested or needed, then we're interfacing with the entity. I would say that thanks to our regional staff, we do have boots on the ground, eyes on the ground of what is happening organizationally also. It's not infrequent for our land acquisition grantees to also be a restoration or a technical assistance grantee. And so I think in terms of if something is developing that might be concerning around organizational capacity, we do have, I think, that additional regional presence to help daylight that, in addition to that certainly could pop during portfolio monitoring when we're doing the periodic portfolio monitoring.
Got it, thanks. And that's, since these go into perpetuity, that's a long time. And then the other, and actually this may tie in to some of the topics of interest going forward, but the slide, it has to do with applicable authorities. So the slide with the pyramid, federal law, Oregon Constitution, ORS, OARs, policy, procedure, grant intern. where do the laws of sovereign tribal governments fall within that pyramid regarding OWEB's work and allocations? So is it subject to federal law, state enabling legislation? I mean, where, because that wasn't on that chart, and I know that this may become a larger, broader conversation later, but just in a kind of a summary response.
Right, that's a good question, Board Member McLeod-Skinner. So typically, the way that the states interface with the tribes is governed by federal law or, those federal laws and treaties that have lined that out. So OWEB does intersect with tribal governments differently in that way, and that's considered in the context of those agreements that we develop for acquisitions and that sort of thing. When we have a transaction happening with a tribal government, those look different to take into account that different framework.
Thank you. And then just if I may follow up, so that's, I would assume, funding for something that's specifically on sovereign territory. What about the treaty obligations for, I forget the exact terminology, but it's areas of traditional hunting and fishing. So outside of sovereign lands, maybe on state lands, is there part of a review process we should be considering to make sure we're not running counter or foul to established treaties?
Yeah, interesting question. I'm not aware off the top of my head of a project that's involved that factually, but I don't know if Renee or Miriam, if you can think of something, an example, and, maybe I think it's something that would definitely, to the extent that a project involved that should be considered and would be, but I can't think of an example.
So I'll respond in terms of process, and then Miriam, if you can chime in about any specifics. So when Miriam was describing the public involvement process, and I'm talking specifically about land acquisitions, not other grant programs, there are multiple touch points in terms of tribal notification. And so certainly, and I'm seeing Kelly nodding, I think that could help raise where there might be an issue, a concern, a consideration, where in a seated usual custom use situation, someone may want to comment. And in fact, we did in the April board meeting materials, we had a comment from Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs saying that we have actually utilized this area historically, I think, for elk and deer hunting, if memory holds. And so I think that is certainly is an opportunity. And I do think that proactively applicants, not always, but sometimes do touch on tribal issues, and if there has been coordination or communication, if there might be an area of particular interest to tribes. But Miriam, can you think of a particular example of what Jamie's asking?
No, not off the top of my head.
And Jamie, you're correct that the topic of interaction with tribes as sovereigns absolutely is on the more ongoing work needed. That emerged as a topic during the tribal assessment. It's in the queue. It's simply been a bandwidth situation thus far. Yep.
Thank you. So I'm just checking in with Nicole. So we have 1 o'clock public comment, is that correct? That's correct. Okay, so we have 6 minutes. I think I have 2 of you on the list. So Russ, you're first, please.
Okay, thank you. Really helpful presentation. Follow up, though, on prioritization. In the Constitution, it makes reference to developing and implementing or updating state conservation strategies or plans to protect and restore native fish and or wildlife habitat, or to protect and restore native natural watershed functions to improve water quality or stream flows. The question I have is associated with, in 2006, the state conservation strategy was updated. It was then it was created in 2006, updated in 2016. It's up for review and completion in 2016 again. You then make reference to the board adopted principles that were developed in 2004. That's 20 years ago. Do we have to reaffirm as a board those adopted principles and their consistency with the state conservation strategy?
So that's a great question. You're keying into something that we didn't spend a lot of time on today, but we've talked about in past trainings, and that's the the distinction between the grant fund and the operating fund. And so the way that the Constitution and then the corresponding statutes line out the directives, there's funding categories for the grant fund and for the operating fund. The language that you quoted is in the operating fund. And so that is something that the agency revisits from time to time and can do with the 35%. Is it still 30? It's 30? Yeah.
It's now 30.
Yeah, 38%. But in terms of the timeline for updates, Renee, I don't know if you have.
So I think, Russ, to get at your question in terms of the update that's underway to the Oregon Conservation Strategy, I think that is part of what we should talk about with this board. The priorities and principles are 20 years old. The principles are well-grounded in solid conservation biology. Do they warrant a relook? Probably, including alignment with latest science that is informing the update of the conservation strategy, and then the basin-specific priorities. I think it makes sense probably to have some coordination process with ODFW, not having talked with that agency about this, but just doing that crosswalk of how aligned are we in terms of the overarching principles related to conservation biology and the basin-specific priorities given 20 years of climate change impacts as an example, and potential new priorities or adjusted priorities.
But I guess to make sure I directly answer your question, there's not a specific time frame required for review by the legislature. That would be something within the authority for the board to decide, this is an evolving area, this is something we should consider on this time frame. That would be something that the board could build into its process.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Liz, can you do it in 3 minutes?
I don't know, we'll see. I'm trying. So just wanted to say that I'm a big proponent of acquisitions. I've done checkerboards, complex ones in the Southwest. I helped to bring across the line one of the largest blocks of final multi-county acquisitions in the Southern Appalachians, and was really proud of that. So, but I want to be really clear on something, and one is, when you laid this out for us, Diane, you kind of framed it for us in a way of what our role was. And in that piece, you said primarily, we are supposed to ensure that the staff fully, robustly followed the rules. And then I assume secondarily, we should look to see if anything is missing. And then you talked about the risk. And I know that there's a lot of risk going forward or not going forward. So for me, it felt, and this is just me speaking as a board member, and we had this a bit of this conversation, and it back in Klamath Falls when there was a thought is, are we a rubber stamp? So what I kind of feel that we kind of are a rubber stamp, because if you talk about the small little box we're in, we must go forward. And one of my, 33 decades of decision-making is, there's a piece that I go with is, yes, can you do this decision? But the other piece is, should you do this decision? And that has kept me out of making some tragic mistakes. So I kind of feel that you, as an attorney, are telling us, and as you should, because it's in every attorney's DNA, that there's risk. But I also feel like I am really feeling that you're saying rubber stamp everything that comes before you. And for me, I would ask, then why does it come before the board? If it's that tight, should it come before the board? And I know we're almost done, and I hate to be the last one on this, but I just feel like that's what was left in this room after this presentation. And I hope that's not what I'm hearing.
That is a great question, board member, and if that's hanging over this body, I think it's absolutely worth as much time as we need to spend to talk about it. You all, to the extent that you feel like in this program, you're essentially acting as a rubber stamp or being asked to act as a rubber stamp. I would think that that is, or it seems to me that that is evidence that the program is being implemented through an extensive process whereby what's coming before you has already been worked through a rigorous application evaluation, and you have knowledgeable staff who have analyzed that through the public process, and you're getting well-packaged projects. This board has great responsibility. The citizens of the state, as provided by the governor, have asked you to hand out millions and millions of dollars in funding that could be, that, you know, if the voters hadn't made the decision it had made, could be used for anything else. Oregonians have prioritized this program. And so I think the weight of that is heavy. And you're being asked to make these conservation decisions where the expectation is going to be that these provide benefits to Oregonians for all time. I think that is, you know, a heavy duty. Because of that, that has been implemented through extensive processes and procedures by staff that result in projects that have only gone through a rigorous review coming before you. As Renee described, and based on the question from your fellow board member, priorities should be revisited over time. To the extent that priorities haven't been revisited, they should be. Rule divisions should be revisited over time. This board should not be afraid of rulemaking, and that is the way that you can holistically make adjustments to the process that everyone is aware of going forward. Rulemaking, you're making law for the state of Oregon. Right. That is a heavy thing to handle, and so I absolutely do not think that you should be viewed as a rubber stamp to the extent that something comes before you that is inconsistent with those goals that you've developed and all of the regulations that you've developed, then Oregonians are expecting you to stop that, certainly. But to the extent that that isn't the case and that you have a project where an applicant has followed your directives and staff have reviewed it and determined that they've recommended it for funding, staff could still, the board could still decide, we think that we should only be giving away, this amount of money this term. We want to draw the line elsewhere. We think, these projects that are lower down shouldn't be funded. That's an example of something that the board could decide at the last minute, like, we're not prepared to hand out this amount of money. I think there are other elements of that discretion that the board has that the staff could point to. There are certainly still things you would be reviewing, but I do think to the extent that you feel like a rubber stamp, it's because the system is working. It's a credit to all you've done over this time period. You're getting these projects that people have analyzed and have determined that they are going to meet those important goals that are memorialized in the Constitution of our state.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Okay, hold on. I need to check on public comment for a second, please. Denise is here for the next agenda item also. So if it's for our next agenda item or if it's about our authorities, we'll come back to it. But I wanted to check to see if Commissioner Chang is on the phone.
Yeah, you ready? Do you want to start this?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm just checking on your time, Commissioner Chang.
Hi.
Can you hear me? It's Barbara Boyer.
Yes, I can be with you for another half hour or so.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for hanging on. All right, Mark.
Okay, thanks. Mark Hart. Which one? So I'm going to follow up on Liz's comments. So we face the same thing with the Fish and Wildlife Commission. People think that we rubber stamp stuff. So I can only speak for myself. So I believe in trust but verify. I read the staff reports, and the staff does an excellent job of providing the staff reports. But I can't go that far just to say, well, the staff report looks good. So in my case, what I've done is Trout Creek, I went out on the ground. I wanted to see the Trout Creek potential acquisition that we had. There was another one that the Deschutes Land Trust had, and I can't remember the name of it, but I went out on the ground. I wanted to see what that one was, and the Paulina Creek Reserve, it was great, I wanted to, but I want to see it on the ground. So I spent most of the day out on the ground with staff to make sure that, with the staff saying this, is that what I'm seeing? And so that's where at least I come from on trust but verify. I don't rubber stamp stuff, and I don't think this board does either. I think we all read it, and there likely is a perception that because staff does great work that we do rubber stamp, but I think there are board members here that don't do that we listen, we understand, and in my case only, I can only speak for myself, I go out on the ground and look at these projects to make sure that I can, whatever my vote's going to be, is validated with what I see on the ground. So that's where I come from. Same with Fish and Wildlife. They think we do that, but I trust but verify. Same with there on that commission. So just follow up.
Mark Webb.
So I appreciate the question. For me, I feel like after this presentation, which was excellent, that I have more discretion. And I'm thinking about the 6 evaluative criteria. So the way it's set up in the Constitution and the way y'all described it in statute and the rules, pretty clear sideboards. You can't go out of these. But as an example, it's going to be more or less, depending on where current science is, but there's a lot of room for substantive disagreement about whether this is the best use of money for conservation values, or whether in an application, these are the best practices to implement to get to the conservation values that everybody agrees would be good. So I just want to share, for me, it actually opened up some latitude for me on both those sideboards, but just appreciating that there can be honest, reasonable disagreement with staff or other experts, third-party experts, over what they're seeing or how they interpret the science relative to my background, say in Eastern Oregon versus somewhere else. So I appreciate that.
Bruce. Oh, sorry. Renee would like to comment.
I think going back to Diane's point, Mark, I appreciate that, and I appreciate, Liz, the question, or the comment about rubber stamping. I think the key is understanding enough what the lanes are for applicants. That is key, because I do think that, yes, as science is evolving, and I think revisiting priorities makes good sense to ensure that we are tapping into the newest information. I think the challenge is not presenting a process to someone and then not until the deliberation point at the board meeting do they know that there may be something else that was contemplated in terms of a particular management approach. And again, this is separate from acquisitions. This could happen in a restoration grant. Someone wants host-assisted log structures instead of stage 0, or vice versa. I think that,
That's what I was thinking.
yeah.
We would have supported log weirs in the past and not stage 0, stage 0 now and not log weirs.
So I think just to the degree, and whether it's via rulemaking, whether it's through ecological priorities in FIP, or the board-adopted principles and priorities for land acquisition, just being as transparent as possible if there is that evolution of thinking. Thanks, Barbara.
Bruce, and then Meg, and then we're going to go to public comment.
I think that we had a single project agenda item really allowed us to focus on these questions. The rubber stamp issue I heard at the last meeting as well, and the vast majority of our funding decisions have a number of projects, most of which have fulfilled all the criteria that are required. So as a board member, we have the opportunity to look at the technical recommendations ranking, the staff ranking, and we have on numerous occasions changed that, moved them differently, moved below the fund line, above the fund line, found additional sources of funds to do a one on the border. So very little of our decision-making is on these uniquely single project agenda items. So I think it's good that it came up and that we had a chance to talk, but as far as a board member, our latitude in decision-making is so broad across the multiple funding opportunities that we have. I don't think we can consider ourselves rubber stamps.
Meg?
Barbara, maybe I should just, are we going to be finished with this conversation, or are we going to come back after public comment? Because I can wait. I have comments, but I don't have to make them right this minute if we're coming back.
Well, you're the last question, and then we're going to public
All right,
comment, so.
but then we're not coming back to this topic.
Correct.
Okay, well then let me say what I want to say now then. First, thank you very much for that presentation. It was really helpful. And also, these topics of interest expressed by board members, I'm really strongly supportive of pursuing these further. In a more, I guess, kind of frank way than we have in the past, because I think there's a lot of rumblings that we're hearing, and it would be good to get everybody's thinking out on the table and try to advance this topic, I think. And the other thing I'm troubled by is this rule that we have right now that says any other factor deemed relevant by the board. If we're going to interpret that as meaning deemed relevant by an individual board member, then that seems kind of nutty to me, honestly. I mean, at least we should, I think, interpret that rule to say if the board in their deliberation on a project decides to add a criteria, then that may be, but even then, the applicant has come in then not knowing that that's going to turn into a criteria. I think that's a problem. So what I'm thinking is if we do rulemaking on these, we might want to eliminate that factor because it just, I don't know how to implement it, give it life in a way that isn't concerning.
Thank you. Members, I'll just comment on that really briefly, where I do think that if you're interpreting that rule and implementing it, the expectation would be that if the board is determining another factor to be relevant, that it would be, a voting block of the board in the context of a funding decision or something. But I agree that that is one of those kind of general rules open to interpretation that is probably not the most helpful rule.
Thank you, everybody, for your great questions and the questions that were read before from other board members by Renee. So we are going to go to public comment, and I'm going to give it to Liza Jane for that.
Right.
You should have them all.
All right.
It's working now.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Hard work.
Thank you.
Diane.
Service.
Okay, Commissioner Chang, we would like to start with you if you're still with us.
I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have to limit you to 3 minutes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Phil Chang. I am a county commissioner in Deschutes County. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today. In Deschutes County, rapid growth and conversion of land to development is probably the biggest stress on our watersheds and key floodplain areas like this one. Reacting to home buyer demand for rural residential properties, the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners has approved rezones of over 1,000 acres of EFU zoned land in the last 3 years that I have been a commissioner, frequently with me being the only dissenting vote in 2-to-1 decisions. So if the land trust had not acquired this property, I am quite certain it would have been chopped up and converted to a handful of luxury ranchettes, which may or may not have practiced any kind of meaningful agriculture. Preserving this land in large blocks for its natural resource values is a tremendous community benefit in this rapidly growing region. It helps us keep directing housing growth in South Deschutes County to Lapine, which was one of the fastest growing cities in Oregon last year, so that we can keep rural Deschutes County rural and maintain and enhance the function of our watersheds. I'm looking forward to seeing Paulina Creek reconnected to its floodplain on this property, enhancing aquatic and riparian habitat, contributing to capture and slow release of water in the watershed, and providing recreational opportunities for my community. And providing enhanced forage, either for wildlife or livestock or both. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Anton, are you with us virtually?
Good afternoon, I am. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Excellent, thank you. Co-chairs McAllister and Boyer, members of the board, my name is Anton Kiono, and I'm here today on behalf of the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you and provide these comments. However, I must be honest that it is with great regret that we find it necessary to be here today. It was with considerable dismay that the Umatilla tribes witnessed your April meeting and the board's decision to deny funding for the Paulina Creek Preserve, despite the strong do fund recommendation of your staff. It was troubling to hear the rationale for this denial and the seeming lack of consideration for the agency's statutory mission and the broad constituency this board represents. This constituency includes the original inhabitants of the state of Oregon, our 9 federally recognized tribes, and the countless other bands of indigenous peoples whose ancestors lived here long before statehood in 1859. The natural landscapes of this place we now call Oregon supported these peoples since time immemorial. Today, however, these landscapes are only a distant remnant of what once was. At your April meeting, we heard concerns over a crisis of agricultural lands being converted. Let me remind the board that there's another crisis in our state, the loss of natural landscapes and the collapse of the ecosystems and species that depend upon them. Without these landscapes, the culture, subsistence, and way of life of our tribes face an existential crisis. I did not hear this concern raised in April. I have family in the Klamath Basin. I can appreciate the value of collaboration because I know what the alternative looks like. At the Umatilla tribes, we strive to work together with the broader agricultural community because we know that we are stronger together. Indeed, OWEB was created to demonstrate that collaboration between willing parties is a viable solution for restoring watersheds and addressing our state's water challenges. We need you to allow this approach to succeed. As you heard this morning, pursuant to ORS 541.932, the purpose of this program is to fund projects from willing sellers for the purpose of maintaining or restoring watersheds and habitat for native fish and wildlife. No project could better satisfy this directive than the Paulina Creek Preserve. In a basin with ESA-listed species, an opportunity to work with a willing seller to permanently protect land and voluntarily restore in-stream flows should be the type of project that we all pray for. As Oregonians, we've lived through salmon wars, timber wars, and water crises. We know all too well what the alternative looks like. We cannot take collaboration for granted. At the April meeting, there also appeared to be a fundamental misunderstanding of water rights. By law, when a water right is transferred, either in-stream or otherwise, it cannot reduce the amount of water legally available to other water users. I was pleased to see Oregon DOJ provide an overview of the land acquisition program for the board this morning. I'd encourage you to also reach out to Oregon Water Resources Department for a similar session on water rights. The opportunity to restore our state's dewatered streams voluntarily is perhaps one of the most crucial elements of this program. This board should not be denying projects because of it. OWEB was created to demonstrate that there's a better way to confronting water challenges than litigation, that we are stronger when we work together. Please allow us to do that. To hear that land conservation organizations actively avoid using this program should be unacceptable. Yet that's precisely what we heard in the general public comments this morning. We need to do better. Finally, regarding the board's question on crafting conservation easements that recognize and protect tribes' reserve treaty rights, I encourage you to reach out to Oregon's tribes and the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts. COLT has been working closely with our tribes, including the Umatilla tribes, to ensure that the easements its land trust members hold protect federally reserved treaty rights. We would be happy to help you navigate this complicated issue. Thank you again for your time here today. We look forward to closely monitoring your work on this program going forward.
Thank you, Anton. Marty, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the OWEB board and staff, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Amanda Martino, or Marty, and I am the Executive Director of Blue Mountain Land Trust, and I am also the board president for the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts. As you heard earlier, COLT is a nonprofit membership organization that represents 31 members working to protect clean water and fish and wildlife habitat across the state. The work of our members has protected over 290,000 acres of Oregon's land. Holt's member organizations have a long partnership with OWEB, including the use of the Land Acquisition Grant Program. We strongly support Deschutes Land Trust in their resubmission of the Paulina Creek Preserve project. By first acquiring land and protecting its critical fish and wildlife resources from development, land trusts are then able to expand the opportunities for high-priority restoration work. The Paulina Creek Preserve project is an example of such an opportunity. Deschutes Land Trust has a successful track record of implementing restoration projects on its OWEB-funded properties, such as their work on Whitechoose Creek, and we expect to see a continuation of their great track record at Paulina Creek Preserve. These projects will provide important climate resiliency benefits to local ecosystems and resources. Land trusts are inherently community-based organizations and work hand in hand with landowners, local tribes, volunteers, other organizations, and community members to identify and protect resources that are important to these stakeholders. Across the entire state, Deschutes is a leader in its community engagement efforts for its land acquisitions. Deschutes has worked extensively with its community to define its community's values for the property and to build support for its stewardship. Deschutes has had hundreds of conversations to help guide its stewardship and management of Paulina Creek Preserve, demonstrating robust local support and commitment to this ethic. Lastly, land trusts who operate publicly accessible properties understand the associated stewardship obligations and responsibilities and how to balance restoration and community use. We strongly encourage OWEB to work with its grantees and support their management, especially when they have a successful track record for multifaceted land management, like Deschutes Land Trust at many of its properties. Holt encourages OWEB to support the resubmission of the Deschutes Land Trust Paulina Creek Preserve. Holt is here to partner with OWEB to help our land trust community utilize the land acquisition program to continue to secure our state's critical fish and wildlife habitats. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marty. Let's see, do we have Chris Knight here? No, virtually. Chris?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity, OWEB Board, to provide this public comment. My name is Chris Knight. I'm the Executive Director at the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council, located in Central Oregon. I wanted to provide verbal comments today to reiterate comments from my written public comment, given the important opportunity here at Paulina Creek in Central Oregon. The Upper Deschutes Watershed Council strongly supports OWEB support for the Deschutes Land Trust purchase of the Paulina Creek Preserve. Conservation of this property is the first step towards a great opportunity to restore flow and conduct habitat restoration that will jumpstart efforts for Paulina Creek to hopefully allow Paulina Creek again to flow to the Little Deschutes River. Paulina Creek currently dries up before it reaches the Little Deschutes River. The Upper Deschutes Watershed Council has worked closely with the Deschutes Land Trust for more than 15 years as we have partnered to restore rivers and streams at locations like Whitechoose Creek and the Metolius River as part of a partnership that we have with several organizations in Central Oregon called the Deschutes Partnership. We are currently expanding on that work and have been working recently with the Deschutes Land Trust and other partners to support conservation and restoration efforts south of Bend in the same geography as Paulina Creek to restore habitat for the Oregon spotted frog, listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act, and other native fish and wildlife such as red band trout. We are currently developing a strategic action plan through a partnership technical assistance grant from OWEB to help guide these future conservation and restoration actions. Just want to close with saying Paulina Creek can be another success story in the years ahead, similar to our work that you've perhaps heard about at Whitechoose Creek. One of the greatest things about preservation of this Paulina Creek Preserve is that it will restore flow back to Paulina Creek in a creek that currently goes dry, like Whitechoose Creek went dry 25 years ago. Combined with the opportunity at Paulina Creek Preserve, Western Rivers Conservancy has recently acquired the property just downstream of the Paulina Creek Preserve. These combined efforts create an incredible opportunity for flow and habitat restoration, Oregon spotted frog and other fish and wildlife that just a year or two ago did not exist. These opportunities align well with plans being developed for restoration in this geography. Restoration success stories like these won't happen if we don't prioritize protecting rivers and streams like Paulina Creek here in Oregon. Thanks again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Chris, and our other virtual commenters. We also, I just want to acknowledge all the written letters that we got in our packet, really valuable, and appreciate being able to read those as well. We have Stu Garrett. Are you here in person to comment?
He's not here. Could he
Okay.
be online? I don't see him.
All right, we'll miss you. Enrica.
Good afternoon, Chair McAllister, Chair Boyer, and OWEB board members. My name is Rika Ayat, and I'm the Executive Director for Deschutes Land Trust, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank OWEB board members for their decision to reconsider our acquisition grant proposal for Paulina Creek Preserve. From the moment the property was listed in 2020, the Land Trust received dozens of calls from agency partners, community members, and conservation groups to prevent this culturally significant and ecologically critical meadow from future partitioning and development. 3 years after the listing of the property, no agricultural buyer had emerged and partitioning was imminent. We purchased the property with the full-throated support of neighbors, agencies, and elected officials. After our purchase, we spoke with over 150 community members to understand the community's values and to create a community vision for the future of Paulina Creek Preserve. The community identified values like habitat for plants and animals, a restored Paulina Creek, wildfire resiliency, as referenced this morning, and learning opportunities for youth. In addition, Klamath tribes, on whose ceded lands this property is positioned, has roundly supported our conservation efforts, not only for the benefit and restoration of access to their first foods and medicines, but also because Paulina Meadow is an area of critical cultural significance. Now, with the downstream acquisition by Western Rivers of the confluence of Paulina Creek and Little Deschutes River, we have the very rare and exciting opportunity to achieve source-to-confluence protection of this important stream, which provides critical recharge to the Little Deschutes River and the main stem Deschutes and enhances habitat for the threatened Oregon spotted frog. We at the Deschutes Land Trust are incredibly proud of the work our staff and our community has done to work together towards shared vision in the communities we serve. We've spent hundreds of hours working with funders, agencies, and community members to achieve our mutual conservation and community goals. Broadly, these shared visions include keeping working lands working and restoring critical habitat for fish and wildlife. That's why nearly half of our conserved acres remain in agricultural production, and how we have built trust with tribes, environmental groups, land managers, farmers, and ranchers in our region. We hope we have instilled the same level of trust from the OWEB board and that you will vote to fund this important project. Thank you.
Thank you, Rika. I think that's it for our public comment on this section. So now we'll go to staff presentation. You have 3 minutes.
Lisa Jane, when have I ever said anything in 3 minutes?
But once she starts talking, she's going to sit there for 10 minutes.
Just think about the presentation. You know it's not going to be some meditation time.
I never get a Renee to do this, so she'll get you.
I know. Lisa Jane, I've never talked about anything for less than 3 minutes. Come on. You know me better than that. All right. So things are a bit topsy-turvy in terms of order. So we are on agenda item K. For the record, Renee Davis, Acquisitions and Special Programs Manager. Miriam Forney is still with us virtually. Agenda item K, Paulina Creek Preserve application resubmission. The staff report begins on page 53, runs through page 148 of your board book. So when Russ was poring over hundreds of pages of his first board book, this actually comprised a lot of that content. Also on July 8th, you did receive the full resubmitted Paulina Creek application by email from Nicole, so you have that also. In terms of, I'm not going to rehash all of the acquisitions 101, hopefully helpful grounding in terms of constitutional and statutory direction to the agency, background about evaluation criteria. We'll touch on some of that, but as it specifically relates to the Paulina Creek application. And in terms of flow, we're going to jump from the staff presentation directly into board deliberation. Again, great public comment, both written and verbal on this. So hopefully that was helpful additional information for all of you. Nicole did send the written comment by email last Friday, in case folks need to take a peek at their email inboxes with that. So in terms of the purpose of the land acquisition grant program, constitutional and statutory grounding, we've already talked about, focused though really on providing funding to engage in land acquisitions from willing landowners, specifically with the intent of addressing native fish and wildlife species needs and their habitats needs. Just a quick recap from something that we mentioned back in April. So the intent with the land acquisition grant funding really is to expend funding in a strategic manner to help to address those critical watershed resources and processes that really are the foundation of having stable and functional native fish and wildlife populations. All right, we did talk already about the principles that the board adopted some time ago for the land acquisition grant program. Will not read all of these, would just highlight a few in terms of securing transition areas as an example. So providing resources to protect and restore critical watershed function in areas that are transitioning from undeveloped to more developed, restoring function where those processes, those ecological processes and functions have been degraded through time by past land management or other issues, and also improving connectivity to areas that are already managed to protect important watershed resources. We talked also about the review components during the 101, so we'll talk in just a bit about some of the specific connections between these and the Paulina application, but we take a look at ecological outcomes through that component of the review using subject matter experts, project soundness we talked about, organizational capacity, and then the community benefits and impacts. We also, as Miriam described in detail, have the parallel public involvement process that's quite extensive, and that is separate and additive beyond anything that an applicant does. We have a lot of notifications. We, in cases of fee simple purchases where we'll hold an easement, convene a public hearing to ensure that we understand what the sentiment on the ground is, and can bring that information to the board and do things like inform funding conditions as an example. Okay, I think with that, Miriam, I will turn it over to you to walk through the PCP resubmission.
Great, thanks, Renee. Deschutes Land Trust first submitted the Paulina Creek Preserve land acquisition application in the fall 2023 grant cycle. At that time, the application number was 224-9904-23176. Reviewers determined that the application effectively addressed OWEB's land acquisition evaluation criteria and administrative rule and related guidance for the land acquisition grant program. Accordingly, the staff recommended the board award grant funds for the Paulina Creek Preserve application at the April 2024 board meeting, subject to funding conditions, which are a standard part of OWEB's review and recommendation process. Funding conditions manage risk, ensure clear communication with the grantee, and establish a shared understanding of the tasks that are necessary to complete the transaction with OWEB funds. The board voted not to fund the Paulina Creek Preserve application at the April meeting. Oregon revised statutes state that if a board rejects a grant application, the board shall allow the applicant to resubmit the rejected proposal. Accordingly, Deschutes Land Trust resubmitted the Paulina Creek Preserve application, which was assigned application number 224-9905-23788. The resubmitted application mirrors the first grant application with the addition of a memo from Deschutes Land Trust. The Paulina Creek Preserve application proposes OWEB funds as a reimbursement of costs Deschutes Land Trust incurred in purchasing the preserve, which is in southern Deschutes County, just east of the city of Lapine. The Land Trust intends to partition and convey approximately 366 acres of the eastern portion of the preserve to the Forest Service, which owns adjacent land. The grant application states that the Forest Service will manage the 366-acre parcel to enhance habitat connectivity. The intended Forest Service parcel is shown with a turquoise-colored boundary on the map. Deschutes Land Trust requested that OWEB funds be applied to the remaining approximately 734-acre portion of Paulina Creek Preserve, which the Land Trust will own and manage for the long term. The property is shown with a yellow boundary on the map. The property includes wet and dry meadows, freshwater emergent marsh, forested uplands, and 2 miles of Paulina Creek. Freshwater emergent marsh and wet meadow are uncommon in the Deschutes Basin and are board-adopted priorities for land acquisition funding in that area, as well as Oregon Conservation Strategy habitats of conservation concern. The property provides current and potential habitat for a wide variety of OWEB priority and Oregon Conservation Strategy species. Priority and strategy species that could benefit include Oregon spotted frog, western toad, Lewis's woodpecker, loggerhead shrike, golden eagle, pallid bat, Townsend's big-eared bat, and red-band trout, among others. Renee, I'll turn it back to you for a moment.
Yeah, thanks, Miriam. So we want to orient you to the staff report. There's a lot of content there. So agenda item K, staff report, the attachment. So first attachment is the entirety of the staff report that the board received in April at the initial board meeting where you were deliberating on Paulina Creek Preserve. Second is attachment B, which is the memo that Miriam mentioned from Deschutes Land Trust. I just want to state a thank you to Deschutes Land Trust 1 for putting together that information to respond to a whole host of topics ranging from connection to Constitution and statute to addressing more specifically some of the questions that you all raised during the discussion in April. So just expression of gratitude to DLT for doing that. Also want to note, I think it's important to say on the record that the submission of that does not create a new requirement for applicants coming into this program that is different from something that we have as part of either evaluation criteria and rule or a documented process. So I just want to note that was a fairly exceptional situation. If it's something where you are interested in having more information from applicants, we can talk about how to address that in the application itself. I want to make sure that there isn't an expectation that folks are going to come in with 150-page memos as part of their applications that's outside of process. So the memo does a fantastic job of addressing a range of issues. Starts on page 85 of the ebook. It does also include the Paulina Creek Preserve visioning, community visioning document. I know that was something that folks had questions about too, so it's contained within that attachment. And then attachment C is a crosswalk that staff developed to, one, lay out the evaluation criteria that are in rule, crosswalk that to the evaluation content from what we provided to the board in April to see those connections of how the subject matter expert evaluation did address what was laid out in the evaluation criteria in rule, also connecting it to the funding conditions. Hopefully during the 101, you have the sense that an evaluation, a recommendation, and funding conditions go hand in hand with land acquisition. So much so that I think in a past board meeting, Meg said, this feels like a lot of conditions. This is how we make sure a project has potential to get across the finish line. So wanted to make sure we connect those funding conditions also to the evaluation criteria and also capture some of the comments that you, and questions that you all had and how we tackled those. So Miriam's going to walk through those shortly, and then attachment D is essentially a restatement of the initially proposed project-specific funding conditions. But Miriam, do you want to walk the board through attachment C content?
Yeah, thanks, Renee. So the comparison that is attachment C shows how each of the evaluation criteria were addressed in the April 2024 evaluation and in the funding conditions. Ecological outcomes review determined that the project will improve ecological connectivity, restore ecological function of board-adopted and Oregon Conservation Strategy ecological systems, address Deschutes Basin-specific conservation concerns, provide habitat for multiple OWEB priority and Oregon Conservation Strategy species, potentially restore surface flow connection to the Little Deschutes River, and result in the permanent in-stream transfer of water rights for the benefit of fish and wildlife. Findings of the ecological outcomes review resulted in funding conditions related to restoration planning and property management, public use and access planning and design, and water rights and in-stream transfer expectations. Moving on to organizational capacity review. This review determined that Deschutes Land Trust is an experienced, accredited applicant, has been successful in completing many OWEB-funded acquisition and restoration projects, and has a good track record of stewardship fundraising. Furthermore, the Land Trust received an OWEB technical assistance grant at the April 2024 meeting that will result in construction-ready restoration designs for Paulina Creek Preserve. Findings of the organizational capacity review resulted in funding conditions related to stewardship expenses and fundraising. Findings of the project soundness review included a determination that land use approval is expected for the Forest Service partition. The gas pipeline presents de minimis risk to the conservation values. The site's infrastructure will not preclude restoration. The TA grant for this property that was funded by the board at the April meeting will provide construction-ready restoration designs. And lastly, volunteers are helping to monitor unauthorized use of the property. So findings of this project soundness review resulted in funding conditions related to land use approval, appraisal and loan repayment, risk management, including but not limited to the gas pipeline and other encumbrances, specific expectations about water rights related to the neighboring landowner, and expectations regarding coordination with OWEB about public use and access management. Community impacts and benefits review determined that Deschutes Land Trust led a community engagement process to understand community values for the property and is coordinating with the Klamath tribe, and that the project has co-benefits of climate resilience and drinking water provisioning. Findings of the community impacts and benefits review resulted in funding conditions regarding coordination with OWEB about public use and access. Other topics raised during the April 2024 board deliberation regarding Paulina Creek Preserve were separate from constitutional and statutory direction to the agency associated with Measure 76 and the Watershed Conservation Grant Fund. Agricultural land management, specifically grazing, is one of the topics raised at the April board meeting. That is separate from constitutional and statutory direction to the agency. As a bit more explanation, OWEB's processes for land acquisition grants do not prescribe the techniques by which grant applicants will manage land. Instead, the program's evaluation criteria focus on whether applicants are proposing to manage OWEB-funded property interests in a manner that is consistent with the purpose of constitutionally dedicated Measure 76 funding. So as described during the Acquisitions 101 presentation, all evaluation criteria listed in the administrative rule and factors considered by the board during deliberation on grant awards must relate to the purpose of Measure 76 funding. Finally, Attachment D restates project-specific funding conditions, as Renee mentioned. So, based on prior technical reviews that determined the Paulina Creek Preserve application effectively addressed OWEB's land acquisition evaluation criteria and administrative rule and related guidance, staff recommend the resubmitted application for funding, subject to the same funding conditions as recommended at the April 2024 board meeting. Again, the conditions are in Attachment D of Item K of the staff report, of the Item K staff report. And so examples of conditions include but aren't limited to requirements for restoration planning and management plan content, stewardship funding, the land use process, and title encumbrances, as those were described in the comparison document.
And with that, thanks for your attention and patience with a lot of acquisitions content today. So we're happy to answer questions you may have about the Paulina Creek resubmission. Jamie.
Chair, I'd like to just make some comments and then go ahead and put a motion on the floor for us to deliberate over, if that's okay.
I'd like to just have some discussion if we could, and then yes.
Okay, so then is per discussion, you want to include comments?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just say, make my comments, thank the applicant for resubmitting, staff for the tremendous amount of time went on initially and this additional work, really appreciate that. And also want to express appreciation to my board colleagues who encourage a deeper reflection on important projects like this. It allowed us to receive some training and really deepen our understanding of the guidelines and to have this deeper conversation of how we ensure that we invest the limited resources that we are entrusted with, public resources, to invest in achieving OWEB's mission. This project is consistent with the evaluation criteria and for the training we received with the charge to OWEB. It's significant for several reasons, and most significantly for the ecological outcomes for the region. The applicant is a trusted and highly competent organization whose proposed project is supported by several sovereign nations, including those who ceded these lands, and significant organizations throughout our state who will help to ensure the success of this project. Staff has noted the project's soundness and meeting of all criteria and recommends the project. And then lastly, and this is also really critical, the timeliness of our investment is really important to preserve and protect this very important parcel that provides key watershed connectivity. And so being able to, I encourage us to move forward on this project and to approve it. But the timing is really critical. So I don't think it's something we can say, let's think about it and come back to. I think this time is really critical. And like I said, I'd be happy to make a motion when we're ready.
Mark Webb.
Yeah, I have a question for clarification. It's mostly because it might be relevant to future purchases. I don't know if you can answer it, Renee, or if maybe the applicants could, but almost 400 acres of this is going to go to the Forest Service. And no offense to the Forest Service, but two concerns with that. One is that it's often more challenging to do the kind of work that's needed on federal ground for a variety of reasons, not always, but often. So just thinking about if this process or purchase could have avoided that. And then secondly, from an ODF fire protection perspective, 300 or 400 acres is going out of ODF protection. It's not going to cost Deschutes or landowners in Deschutes anything to speak of. In Grant County, some years ago, there was probably a 14,000 acre land purchase and transfer to the Malheur National Forest. Made a ton of sense to block it up, just made a ton of sense to block it up. But it was a $40,000 hit to fire protection in Grant County, and that is a different matter. And so just, if there are ways in the future where there's a purchase and they can get all of it, it might help avoid some of that. So I'm just wondering, doesn't need to be an answer now, but some way to keep those lands whole, since I think they wanted all of it?
Thanks, Mark. Well, I've made a note on the fire protection issue. I think more broadly, and this is not something that is stated in our solicitation materials, we do not list a cap for this program, and I think, I don't want to speak for Deschutes, but applicants tend to know generally what's the high end of what might be within OWEB board's appetite, given that we have limited amount of funding in each line item. And so it could be that simply looking back, and Miriam probably has numbers off the top of her head, what our maximum investment has been. It may be Trout Creek Meadows. I know that was significant, and this is a significant cost project also. So there could have been a bit of calculus that they did. And I hear and understand everything you're saying in terms of added complexity and needing to do that partition. So it could be some of our, I don't want to say resource limited because that sounds negative, but we may never have enough funding for all of the great projects out there. And so it could have been a bit of a calculus, being mindful of broader community of folks doing acquisitions.
Can I add one other quick clarification? I just wanted to share, because I happened to discuss fire protection with the project proponents, Mark. I do want to note that they're actually sort of volunteering up a portion of the property for
as I understand, for active fire protection activities. And I understand that's different from what you're describing, but I just want to give them a gold star for playing one role. It doesn't address what you were saying, Mark, but I wanted to share that there's a balance, and they're doing their best to contribute in that way.
It's becoming a big issue.
Liz and then Mark.
This is more of a comment. Appreciate all the presentation, Renee, really went in depth. And I also want to just acknowledge, Bruce said this morning, our reports out were really, really meaty, and you can get a sense of it. To me, it is for this board and, new members, when we go into robust dialogue and we question and we probe, that's when I think that we do really the work of the board. And so I just, I don't look at disagreement as a negative or a failure. I look at it as getting deeper, into the topic. And if there is a board that can do that well respectively, it is this OWEB board. So I just want to offer that and say that. So thank you.
Mark.
Thank you. Mark Labhart, ODF&W Commission voting member. First, Diane, thank you for your testimony or your advice and counsel today. That was most appreciated. I'd like to, I don't know how much credibility I have, and it's always better, I think, when you're testifying to go last, because people tend to listen to the person last, but so I'm not last, I'm sure. So hopefully I have some credibility with the members of this august body here and colleagues. So I feel pretty strongly about this, that the staff has identified the criteria, and we've met the criteria. All of the attachments A through D have been satisfied to the satisfaction of staff, Marion and others who have reviewed this. The Land Trust has gone to the extra step of providing a reapplication. And given all of that, our constitutional and statutory direction to this agency from Measure 76, and in accordance with 541956, which is what we need to, after all of this, we need to make sure that this is what we're complying with. And there's 3 points that I'd like to make. That the fund must be used for acquiring property from a willing landowner, click, check. Interest in land and water that will protect and restore native fish and habitats, check. And the interest may need to, but not include fee interests, conservation easements, and leases, check. The project is to protect and restore native fish and wildlife habitat, check. The project is to protect, restore natural watersheds and ecosystem functions to improve water quality and stream flows, check. That's what the fund is to be used for. We've met all of the criteria in statute and constitutional direction. In my opinion, this needs to move forward. Thank you.
Barbara. So I got a couple of questions. There are 2 wells on the property that are going to get decommissioned. I'm curious as to why the decommission and why not keep them for fire protection. First of all, let me back up. Are they exempt wells? Are they domestic wells? Are they ag wells?
Miriam, do you have answers to the last set of questions Barbara asked?
My understanding is that they are residential wells. Deschutes Land Trust went through the process of decommissioning and deconstructing the home on the property, which was serving essentially as an attractant for trespassers. And the wells there are no longer needed.
You would think with fire that maybe they would stay with the property, and change its use, but that's okay. I felt like what I learned today, let me first off say that on my property, I have 5 access easements to other entities. So I'm very familiar with access easements on property. And Northwest Natural is one of them. 10 years ago, they tore up my property to put in a new line. This year, they're coming to me to build a new regulator station and taking 5 acres from me. This is not a fun process, and I'm nervous for the risk of OWEB. And I did not see on those 4 criteria screen, risk being one of them. And I thought I learned from Denise, sorry.
Diane.
Oh, sorry, Dee, that risk could be one of the concerns. So that is a very big concern to me.
So in terms of the risk analysis, that is encompassed within the project soundness review. So as we're looking at the structure, the terms, the conditions of the proposed transaction, and that's both the project soundness criterion, and we called that the project soundness review. Risk is part of that consideration. And Miriam, maybe you can provide some examples of some of the pieces like encumbrances or easements that Barbara was talking about, specific to Paulina Creek, that were part of the project soundness review, ultimately the outcome of the de minimis risk determination, but then also some of the funding conditions.
Sure. Thanks, Renee. So the gas pipeline that crosses this property is slated for expanded capacity. That's been in the news a bit lately. So OWEB assessed pipeline-associated risk from both pertinent standpoints. One of those standpoints is the risk of leaks, and the other is the risk that the pipeline will prevent restoration of the property. Both risks were determined to be within the scope of risk that OWEB routinely assumes when funding an acquisition of property that includes infrastructure and encumbrances associated with the infrastructure. So in terms of the first risk, that of leaks, an expert from a pipeline safety nonprofit weighed in, stating that the planned expansion of the pipeline's capacity presents a really low risk of impacting the property because the probability of a pipe failing in any given location due to increased pressure is very small. The real concern is that of leaks at compressor stations. However, there aren't any compressor stations on or near the property. In terms of the second risk, that of the pipeline preventing restoration, the land trust obtained an initial assessment of the property's restoration potential. This was conducted by Tetra Tech, a reputable consulting firm. The assessment determined that the property can be restored despite the presence of the gas pipeline. In fact, the assessment concluded that none of the property's infrastructure will, quote, preclude implementation of meaningful stream and floodplain restoration, unquote. I hope that helps.
On the map, can you show me where this pipeline is?
Miriam, can you see the map?
Just one moment. I can. So the gas pipeline, this is small, but I'm doing my best here to make this out, is the line that you can see running generally from the northeast to the southwest through the yellow bounded property.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to put my cursor over it, Miriam. Can you see that?
I can, and you've got it right.
So it goes underneath Paulina Creek?
Yes.
That's helpful, thank you.
And I get to make a couple comments. I'm still, Diane, I appreciate the lessons, and Renee. I'm still not sure that we have much to do with this, is what I'm learning. And what I heard in April was it meets, as Mark, as you pointed out, with a check, check, check. Then why are we deliberating? We trust our staff. They're awesome. We trust the process. It's solid. And honestly, I wonder, my question is, who decides how much information we get? Because the information we got this time was so awesome for me to fully understand what we were being asked. And it wasn't there the last time. And sometimes OWEB, something I appreciate about us, although it requires patience, is we go slow to go fast. How many times do we look at the climate resolution? How many times do we look at the DEI? So we could make sure it was good and we could get behind it. And so I don't know if there's a possibility on these land acquisitions, which are complicated, that we can get information, have an opportunity to, not everybody can travel around and see places. I wish we could, but I don't want to limit who can be on the board, whether they're able to do that, but just be able to, get some questions and concerns answered and then come back to a better decision. These acquisitions take tons of time anyway, so 3 more months might not hurt. It sure helped me with what I got in the packet. Yeah, it was a lot, but it's always kind of a lot. So I really appreciated the answers to the concerns. And to Liz, to your point, I have another quote. I rely on smart people to say things that I can hold on to. This was Ralph Waldo Emerson, and he said, "Let me never fall into the vulgar mistake of dreaming that I am persecuted whenever I am contradicted." And it does feel like a bit of a scolding here the last 3 months for me, kind of statewide. And I have to remember, I don't have to, we don't have to always agree, and we can be still friends and still work towards solutions. So,
Committee, and like we do in the grants committee, we really dive into the grants and we talk with staff about that. But sometimes I think that, because this is $2+ million that we're talking about spending here. It's a lot of money and it's a big deal. And I would like, maybe in the future, we could have a discussion about some of these really big projects. I actually tried to get on the Trout Creek one. I talked to Lisa about it. I said, I'd like to go down and tour the Trout Creek because we're giving them $10 million and I haven't seen it yet. And so, she says, well, it's a long ways down there, Mark. And I said, well, I'm willing to pay for my own dime to go down and see this project because we're spending $10 million. So, and she says, no, we don't have the time for it. So I said, okay, fine. So, but maybe we could talk about as a group that those of us who are retired or have the time and aren't working full time, maybe a subcommittee that says, okay, we're kind of like a grants committee, but it's an acquisitions committee. We trust staff, but we want to verify. And so we form a small work group that says, okay, we're going to take this person and this person that can make the time. We're going to go down and visit this project because it's big bucks and it's got a lot of questions about it. And then they could come back with a recommendation. We got staff's recommendation, but then we have a board committee recommendation that could maybe look at that because, I learned a lot by touring Prouty Creek and Paulina and another one that I can't remember on the Deschutes Land Trust. So for me, it was very beneficial. So, and I know everybody can't do that, but maybe we could form a committee that does that so that there is some credibility and not just rubber stamping that comes back with and Dan could chair it, because he chairs our committee. So that maybe we got to think about something like that, and maybe it's something for Sarah to think about that, because it is such a big deal and it's so much money and it's so important that we talk about doing something like that. I'd be willing to volunteer, so.
thank you, and I appreciate that, but I would have to support it, make it paid for people who aren't able to afford to travel, so that we keep many eyes and abilities and experiences on that group. So it can't be just people that can afford to do that. And I know it doesn't even matter if you can afford it, it's still a sacrifice to put it out and your time and everything else. So I just feel like it might be helpful down the road that we had a little more time and opportunity to ask these questions and become more secure in our decisions.
May I add one thing?
Of course.
That Alan Henning did not join us for today's meeting. He joined us for the reception. He was our prior EPA board member. He would remember a time quite well of participating in our board acquisition subcommittee for some of these same reasons, not site visits so much, Mark, but these are complex, both land and water, complex projects, and it's helpful to have the opportunity to dig a bit more deeply into them. So I'm not suggesting we rewind to 2017 or 18 with committee structure and having some space for extra discussion and perspectives could be quite useful.
Dan?
So for the focused investment projects, we actually do an interview of the applicant, and we have a tremendous opportunity to have a dialogue and ask all kinds of questions. So that's, I mean, not to make complicated land acquisition things even more complicated, but.
One quick comment, I will say that not all of our land acquisitions are, $2 or $3 million. Some are smaller, and I would just ask that we're mindful of these are perpetual investments, and let's be thoughtful about the bar that we are setting when at times we have restoration projects that can come in at $1 million. So just being thoughtful, and let's not only have it be about scale of investment. And yes, staff are happy to engage in a more iterative process with the board as we kind of scope out what's possible and reasonable for applicants too, because these are quick turnaround transactions. That's the other, and we offer them this grant offering once a year. So being mindful of the constraints that land trusts and others are facing on the ground with getting these deals done.
And we did hear public comment today about the lack of people that apply. So, in asking us to consider the barriers there. Mr. Buckmaster, and then Russ.
Thank you, Chair. In my tenure, we have reorganized, renamed, and restaffed committees, subcommittees. We call them subcommittees. We call them committees at least 3 times. There was a separate FIP committee, open grants, which we had small grants, I think, in it. Sometimes we didn't. We did have the acquisitions committee. Then we had the new ad hoc climate committee, which then became a climate and water committee, combined those. So in early discussions with our new executive director, the topic of committees came up, and staffing, also our time, individual, how many people are willing to serve. And so the idea that we can take a look at our committees, figure out what is most efficient from a staffing perspective, what we are willing as board members to staff, because I can tell you they do take time. But I think it's the question has been called, so I think it's time to look at committees.
Okay, Russ, and then Sarah.
Liza Jane, I've known you for a long time, respect you and admire you for your dedication, commitment to conservation. And as a new member of the board, I was given a constraint that under the public meeting law, we could not have dialogue outside of this meeting. I felt sad about that because I wanted to reach out and understand deeply. So in the alternative, I listened to the tape from the last meeting, not 2 times, but 3 times, trying to really understand the core of the concerns that are out there. And I think I got that, and I understood those issues. Then I felt, to Mark, your point, trust but verify. When you're making significant investments, whether it's personal or on behalf of the state or behalf of the federal government, you want to be verifying it. And I took the time with my wife to go out and visit the project. and to really understand it at its core. And what surprised me more than anything was I had just by happenstance read the new DEI materials that we had come out. And when I heard this afternoon the testimony from Anton, those were the issues that were screaming to me as I sat on the property, as I watched the bald eagles, I saw the Lewis's woodpeckers, I saw white-headed woodpeckers. I mean, I saw the species that were present 13,500 years ago when first recorded information about the utilization of this property occurred. And I read more deeply in the comprehensive plan for this region the wonderful interpretation of what this property offered historically versus what it is challenging us to do in present form to bring it back to its historic condition. And there is no body in the state better suited to bring it back to its rich historic condition. And I think people have spoken in really articulate terms as to what this offers us into the future. I would personally hope that 2.5 million, whatever the number is an incentive for us to think at a scale like that. We should have more of these. We should welcome them. We should bring them on. They're going to be complex. There's going to be a lot more of this needed in the face of climate change. We need to get comfortable with it. I would urge us to encourage and find a way to get board members to visit projects on a more regular basis. Put it on the record, do it somehow, do it as a public meeting, but get us out on these projects. You learn so much. You understand the players that were both committed to doing the restoration, to answer the questions about how to facilitate, in this particular case, how the federal lands are going, the lands going into federal government will be pre-treated before they even go into the federal government. All these issues just come to light. There's just a richness you learn as you get and you work with partners in advance of approvals for these projects. So I'm excited, I'm humbled to be part of this process, and I'm going to eagerly support it. And I do respect diversity of opinions, and I hear what you're saying.
I was fortunate to get to ride out there about 20 years ago on the same piece of property by the two landowners before, and I hold it dear as well as most landscapes in this state. Yeah, thank you for your words. Sarah?
Boy, don't wait till the end or you'll comment after Russ. And what I have to say is nowhere near as eloquent as what Russ had to say. I've been in listen-only mode here, so don't expect me to always be this quiet, but I really wanted to hear the opinions of the board, public comment, and others. And you guys have made most of the points that I would normally make in this situation, but I want to address on the nose the frustration that I'm hearing from the board, first of all. This concern about rubber stamping, I really want to bring us back to part of what Diane told us before. The board has a big decision space. By the time we get to a proposal on the table, that decision space is limited. But if there's an interest in this board to revisit criteria, to revisit process, to revisit priorities, we are absolutely game for that and encourage the board to dive in, and we can start discussing that and making space for it. You guys heard me in my comments yesterday say that we have an opportunity ahead of us as an agency, in part because we've proven to be a good partner in customer service and getting these grants out on the ground. And those are our customers. Those, the land trusts, the districts, the council, those are the folks, the local collaboratives that implement our mission, that implement our mandate. We can't achieve our mission or our mandate without them. And our job is to get, agreements with them in order to implement our mandate. And so, we need to be taking better advantage of the decision space that you guys have before we get to this point where there's a specific proposal on the table, so that you don't experience this frustration and so they don't experience this frustration when it gets to the point of a decision on a particular project. And it sounds like you felt, some of you painted into a corner. And so, we can't revamp the last, 6 or 12 or 24 months or 20 years or however it's been since we revisited priorities. But we can start that now, and that should be a really rich area for the board to talk about. How do we get from our constitutional mandate to let folks know where the goalposts are. But if we're going to retain our reputation as folks who can get good grant dollars into good projects on the ground with a smile, we can't be moving the goalposts late in the process. And so this conversation, I think, has been super helpful in understanding where folks are coming from. And it's really great for me on my first day to hear from board members about places that you want to dig in more, and from Diane and others about where that space is. Let's get started as soon as our October meeting. And I particularly will want to hear from members offline and in our future meetings. We're doing our best, and you can tell, to cram every action item into this 2.5 days that we possibly can. And it's like straining the agenda. And we know you don't want to travel to come be with us once a month. And you want to have a bunch of robust discussions, and you want to see projects. And so we're going to have to figure out how to balance those. And I'll tell you, the staff pull out their hair trying to figure out how to do that right balance of giving you the information in the deliberation space and also being respectful of your time and bandwidth and the fact that you volunteer your time to be here. We can adjust that. That's no problem at all. But we'll need to hear the full diversity of opinions about how we hold those things in balance. Because if it feels like we're limiting you sometimes, we're just trying to not keep you here the whole week or make you come to us once a month or something crazy like that. So happy to hear the feedback today, happy to hear from folks how we can make those decisions better in the future. But I just want to know those are the factors that we're keeping in mind as we navigate our way through these waters. So thanks so much for your deliberation.
All right. Anyone else? Jamie.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. And to set the stage for the motion, I just want to say I greatly appreciate the comments that you made. And to say to Kelly, our incoming co-chair, you have very big shoes to fill with both infusing wisdom into our meetings, but also helping us move forward collegially. Because as many of us have said, there's something special about OWEB and the way we do our work, and our co-chairs help to make that happen. So with that, I move the board award $2 million, $280 and $584 for the Paulina Creek Preserve Land Acquisition Grant Program 224-9905-23788 in accordance with OWEB's standard grant agreement for land acquisition and the project-specific funding conditions included as attachment D of the staff report with an award date of July 23rd, 2024.
Second.
Okay, a motion's been made by Jamie, seconded by Mark. Is there any further discussion?
I just want to do a quick procedural
Yes, ma'am.
check-in with the chairs. We had talked about doing a roll call. If you want to move forward without a roll call, I think that's the prerogative of the chairs. If there's any lack of clarity about the number of votes, we'll come back and do a roll call. Is that
That's what we've done in the
with
past.
everybody? Okay.
Yeah. So any further comments, discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Okay, we have one opposed, majority.
I don't get to vote last.
Yes, I know. In favor. Thank you so much. The motion passes.
Thank you, colleagues. I have to say, that was well deliberated.
Check out the clock.
I know, look at that, huh? It's almost right back on.
Was that we're back on schedule?
Almost. 4 minutes, 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
All right, you want to take a quick break? Okay, 5-minute break, please. Back here at 2:25.
I mean, we only have, right, but that's okay. I was starting to, I think the committee structure is really promising, so
I was wondering. Oh, no, I think ground truthing is really important. It's time.
I will, that is in our notes, that is, we had to get through this one. We're gonna change the agenda.
Everybody come back. Hola. Everybody come on back. No, a little bit.
It's cold in here.
It is cold. It's hot outside. Keep the sun on.
Yeah, but I a little bit.
You old guy. Thank you. Be quiet.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are now on agenda item L, and we've got Renee and Miriam.
Yes, hopefully this will be a quick agenda item for the record. Renee Davis, Acquisition and Special Programs Manager. Miriam will walk you through this topic. Agenda item L, page 149 of your ebook, and this is for an extension request for the Trout Creek Meadows grant award. So Miriam, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Renee. So as you've heard several times today, every land acquisition grant awarded by the board is subject to funding conditions, which must be met before funds are released for the land transaction. If a grantee doesn't satisfy the conditions of a board funding award, including closing the transaction within 18 months of the award, the board may authorize continued encumbrance of all or part of the awarded funds or rescind the award in accordance with administrative rules. The staff is recommending the board extend the closing date for the Trout Creek Meadows land acquisition project, which is grant number 223-9900-22451, funded by the board at its April 2023 meeting. The amount of the award is $2,875,000. The Trout Creek Meadows project involves an award of grant funds to Oregon Desert Land Trust as a reimbursement of costs the land trust incurred in the purchase of Trout Creek Ranch, which is a 16,645-acre property in Harney County. OWEB funds will be applied to an approximately 2,365-acre area of the ranch that encompasses the lower Trout Creek Meadow floodplain. The area is one of the most important landscapes in Western North America for waterbird migration, and it is habitat for outboard chub, which is a state-sensitive species. At the time of the board award, the Trout Creek Meadows project was assigned a closing deadline of October 25th, 2024, in accordance with the 18-month period established in administrative rules. Oregon Desert Land Trust has completed all initial funding conditions as well as secondary conditions related to things such as county land use approval, chain of title, and access clarifications from BLM. The Land Trust has also completed work with Harney County on the release of mineral reservations. Yesterday, the Land Trust submitted a draft boundary survey and initial management plan content for OWEB's review. Currently, the Land Trust is working on baseline inventory documentation and an analysis of title exceptions. The Trout Creek Meadows project is complex and therefore time-consuming for several reasons, including the need for a boundary survey and the need to ensure that the project meets the purpose of OWEB's land acquisition funding while accounting for the working land nature of the ranch. For example, the Land Trust has taken time to ensure that the boundaries of the conservation easement area will be established in locations that protect the Trout Creek floodplain and facilitate its restoration, while ensuring that cattle can be moved efficiently throughout the larger area. So given the narrow time frame between the October 2024 board meeting and the current closing deadline for the Trout Creek Meadows project, staff proactively are recommending the board extend the closing deadline to October 25th, 2025 for the project.
Thanks, Miriam. I think it's important to highlight the proactive piece of that. I may come back to you in October and say mea culpa. We didn't end up needing that extension, but it's very, very close timing-wise, and it feels best when we have a grantee partner who is working very, very hard to get this project across the finish line, but may need a bit more time to just proactively request that and talk with you all about the fact that they are making good progress and they might need a bit more time.
Any impact from wildfires?
Not to my knowledge. Miriam, have you heard anything from ODLT about wildfires in that area? I have not.
No.
Russ?
So, being the new guy on the block, I'm uncomfortable with the term closing deadline to October 25th, 2025. It implies that that's the date of the closing. I would prefer to see language that says no later than October 25th, 2025. It's the hope of the board to be able to do it earlier, and hopefully it's the goal of the staff to do the same. But the idea that the deadline would be October 25th, 2025 is not what we intend to happen, correct?
Thanks for that clarification, Russ. Miriam, was the initial prediction? Yes, thank you.
The intention is for October 25th, 2025 to be a deadline insofar as it is the latest date by which Oregon Desert Land Trust can close the transaction. I fully expect that we will close much earlier than that.
Yeah, language is everything.
Yeah. Thanks for checking.
Any other questions or comments on this? This seems to be happening a lot. I wonder if we need to look at our timelines ourselves at some point, because I was looking at last board meeting where we're just for future. I'm not voting against this.
No, but thanks for that. I do think the agenda item at the last board meeting, it was such a complicated project that included a conveyance, and so there was that piece. This one, I did want to make sure, it was clear that staff are proactively requesting this, and the 18-month question has come up previously. We want folks to keep their foot on the gas, and it's a balancing act because we also don't want to have to come to every board meeting requesting an extension. So in the event we have an acquisition subcommittee or something akin to that, we can talk through some of those topics.
All right, any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion, please.
Okay, I'll take this on. I move that the board extend the closing deadline to no later than October 25th, 2025 for the Trout Creek Meadows Land Acquisition Project, grant number 223-9900-22451, with all other conditions of the project remaining unchanged.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Liz? It's been moved by Rush, seconded by Liz. Is there further discussion? All those in favor say aye. 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 All those opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we are going to, we're going to adjourn first, yeah. We're going to adjourn our meeting, and we will convene here in the room at 8:30 tomorrow morning, but we would ask board member, just sit tight for a minute. We've got some logistics to talk about.